happy idiom. That sounds happy. Good evening, clump cones. Zeke says scritch scritch hello as well. We love that for him. Serena spam incoming. What emote do I want to use for just Pippi being a pirate? I forgot I had a pirate Pippi emoji. That would be fun to redo too. Good boy. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams project. Do 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 do. My do-to-dos are way off base here. I'm so happy I was finally able to rip the new marine grenade clip and put it on YouTube earlier. I was so happy. My phone needs to charge. So we're gonna start with paint and painful recaps. Oh, I don't need that up. Thank you for sharing, Zeke. It was monumental. That's better.
The major race is over, but the race for Bucharest begins. From a 0-2 group, leave it to
FaZe was more inconsistent this week than I was, which is saying.
And their attempt here today.
What is happening? And now you is acquired. Thank you so much, Smoops. Thank you for the 16 months. It's talking to me. I have no idea what my settings are to make the things talk to me or to not talk to me. I don't know how it comes about or what it does, but it's magical. It's magical. Welcome, Smoops. Thank you so much. You are wonderful. We appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for being the awesome human that you are. Alert, alert. Thank you all so much. And welcome. Yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow. For some reason I'm picturing the yellow as like a Kramer coming in at the moment, and I appreciate that. Come there. You're very cute.
Dolly and Captain Kirk are barely alive in this situation, so Broke catching another kill, prepping a USP, and looking for the bomb plant with the Berettas.
Hello, boy.
Ready to roll.
Back to painting the props. You did. You had good timing. We are local to the bell. I need to put this on like a little necklace, or like maybe not a necklace. Then it'll sound like a cowbell, a keychain or something. So I have it everywhere with me. Put a bell app on my phone. I think this is dry. I clear coated it. It's very brave touches. It's all shiny now. After clear coating it though, it wore down on here. I think it ended up putting just a little bit too much of a layer of paint, because on the side that I haven't sprayed, it's in much better shape. It makes me wonder. That's okay. It's not the worst in the world, but I was surprised. Scratch test. That's not painted. The clear coat worked. It is a very serious blaster. I hit the Nerfs. The Nerfs are extra shiny because I hit them with the spray paint can. They're extra shiny, but they still come through. I did a test shot in the kitchen. That did work, I swear. Oh no, did I break it already? It's the only thing that's going to bother me over the weekend is that it's a lemon difficult challenge. Oh no, did I break it? I did not break it in the last hour. There, all the way. This is not functioning properly. They're not shooting out! Is it because of the spray paint? Uh-oh. It was supposed to be a very serious, unserious, serious blaster. It's doing wimpy shots. Where's the rest of my nerfs? Is it a nerf issue or a Serena issue?
It's nice to see him have a big moment early on.
Not using the sticky ones, but I think I may have given them too much weight or something by hitting them with the spray paint. I thought about that while I had it outside and I was spraying it. And I was like, oh, I should have removed those. Okay, the next one that should reload should be a regular one. Okay, so don't spray paint nerfs. They lose their ability. I learned. I learned. I learned. You're not painted. You're not painted. Oh shoot, how do I tell? I have to sniff them? This one is painted. This one is not. It's like he loves me not. This one is not. This one is. This one is. Those two, is it 5 in the chamber or 6? 1, 2, 3. Should be 6. Wonder if I can just slosh them around in the sink. And they would be happy and okay again.
Devil's in the details.
Oh no.
Very much.
I said that by the non-stinky ones.
And Brokey the kind of guy that might dance with the devil on a Saturday.
That one.
Choice.
I mean, that actually kind of works out for the best, though. These are the non-spray painted ones, and, like, the easy... I have more nerfs, but this is the easy. So we'll have 3 blue and 3 orange, and then just don't spray paint these, Serena. I didn't know that would cause structural issues. I thought they would just get stuck. To be ultralights and they'll get shot with much power. I feel like the Nerf gun is very powerful, but I think you're onto something there. Well, not very powerful, but... I guess you don't have to be very powerful to launch foam. That was humbling.
So here we go, Zero Fix. I was critical of his clutch abilities yesterday. Let's see this one.
Clutch abilities.
Move
Move it aggressively.
Separate 1v1s. And he
There.
gets the first one without taking any damage. This
Okay.
is good stuff. Zero Fix.
We're safe.
And try to get this frozen reaction.
That one kind of worked. I must not have sprayed it too much. The good old sniff test, indeed.
No fumbling of the clutch. Zero
How else am I gonna tell? Only one of them looked super shiny. No. Oh, I mean, it does kind of shoot with some force when you put your hand in front of it. I suppose anything would, though. Even a spitball would feel kind of funky from that distance. Okay, now that I'm done having a Nerf crisis. I hope the week has been kind to you, Smoops. I don't have my coffee. I left it in the kitchen. I had Nerf on the brain. Must be Nerf on the brain. Did my dad do the Sudoku in this one? He did indeed save me all of the newspapers. Oh, it just has the crossword. My dad is so smart. I don't know how he figures out all of these. Like, who does a whole crossword. Start by getting him like the New York Times or something. It's been a good week so far. Nice. I'm glad. Easter was this weekend. Was the bunny good to you? I keep forgetting it was Easter. Easter didn't exist to me this year. I went to my dad's house, but not for Easter. Like on Easter, but not for Easter. Found a dispensary near you that delivers, which is nice. That's awesome. Oh my god. That's the life. That's beautiful. DoorDash some weed. The weed bunny was good to you. Do you prefer flour or concentrates? I goofed myself today. I went to the dispensary today and I was looking up for edibles, and for some reason I went under, instead of the specifically edible selection, I went to extract. Then I realized that was all dab stuff. I'm gonna grab my coffee really quick. I need that. I don't know how I forgot that. By not having enough coffee. Right, Gunther? Gunther concurs. Do they have like edible chocolate bunnies? That would be cool.
Rivka opens up Jacob. Twist on across to red. And Kerrigan is also going to try to draw attention. Dowie doesn't bite on that at all. But they've got a bit of a bait going on. Zero Fix loses his support. Still wins the duel. And gets a cover to dodge Brokey's off-shot launch. Dowie as he activates. Getting back around into lobby. And on top of that, Onyx already got both kills by the time Dowie gets there. The slowest burn flank you could have asked for. And the Deagle headshots.
Who called Zeke a bad word? He's sulking in my bedroom. Who called Zeke a bad word? Why did that get bonked? I like flour the best, but I'm the exact same way. I like having a pen around to fidget with. I'm sure somewhere is edible Easter stuff, but now you're dispo. I didn't see any Easter. I didn't see any Easter stuff. Didn't see any Easter stuff by mine either. Sad. When I worked at the candy store, everyone got milk chocolate bunnies, and I got a dark chocolate bunny made for me, which was so sweet, but I don't like chocolate. My dad ended up eating it. Can do a co-unboxing, Smoops. These are my old things. But I was lazy and just threw them in the bag and moved on. Why did that get borked? I got borked for Droogs. Droogs shouldn't get borked.
They're going to threaten this A site as we get this vent tuck from Onyx. Looking to clear its twist. He goes down, and that's two other players confirmed. Off to peek into it.
I had it, I guess, set to minimal. Now we're unfiltered. Unfiltered. I got a lot today. The last time I went was before Christmas. It's like a CVS receipt. No, it's not. It's not that extensive. They're hesitant to do seasonal stuff because it takes a decent amount of time for them to bring a new product to the market with all the regulations. Oh, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. They probably don't want bad press from like stuff looking childish. You know, like if you have the THC bunny next to the regular bunny, who knows which one the kid will pick. These I got for convention time. Because I started to ADHD the fuck out and fidget. And then I am just like not paying attention to anything. I've never had these before. It's an orange package though. Are they? They're supposed to be multi-flavored. And some yummies. Some yummies. Some sleepies. They didn't have the ones that I like, so I got the next best one. The snoozier berry. Snoozier. Snoozier. Ozone is one of like the biggest brands out here. I don't know where they get it from. From here, they get it from Barry, Illinois, from a place called Ascend. Although I'd imagine they have like many things. I don't like the Ozone vape carts though. For some reason, I think it's the battery for the disposable battery that I'm using. Or it's not disposable, but rechargeable, but cheap. The ones that are pointed at the end, like I don't know, as if it were like what you would smoke a cigar with, or like a cigarillo. Those end up always clogging for me. Do they clog for you? I only get like halfway through it and then I'm like, and nothing comes out. But the round ones, ow, like a pen cap tip. Like this if it was a pen. End up don't clogging at all. Do you run into that problem too? How do you fix it? You're a man of ingenuity. How do you fix it? Oh, these are a different container. These used to be in a circle thing. Oh, see, I don't have a fancy battery. I think that's my problem. Just have the 510 stick it on the charger for an hour thing. I don't even know exactly what I got. Grape Chem. Oh, I've never had this before. I only got it because it was like $56 for 14 grams, which was crazy. Looks pretty. I think I need to get an actual pen. That's loud. Childproof. That was stinky. I think I need to get an actual pen that has preheats. Oh, that's pungent. It smells like fruity cat pee. It doesn't have a button. I'll get the thing.
Frozen is what gets a second round to base cleanse.
I mean, on the other side, Metric's got enough, but they're also suffering a little bit. Maybe it's the road man for Dave. Oh,
Try to simplify.
That's a good day.
Frank Grenade sets up the Faunus for an easy alley-oop. Zero fix. Oh, one kill. You know he's gonna scream. Lets him know. And that is the 9-2. 63.
They're really all in that, yeah.
I mean, I do my own kind of like preheat setting where I'll just light the glass part of it with a lighter
It feels
to melt it, like if it was at the top like it is. But these don't have a button. I was gonna grab this one. That's the annoying one that I can't hit. It's just a hit it and quit it. It's no button.
It is an unfortunate first that we have on our hands today. No exit out of the hunt.
It just goes. I don't think there's a unless I like toke on it like a cigar. I think I need to look for a slightly better than like the bottom tier version of cart batteries. Oh, that was a little too much all at once. That hurt. Welcome, Rogue Protocol. Convention was good. I had so much fun at C2E2. I really enjoyed myself this year. I took it like the easiest that I've ever taken it any of the years. And I really enjoyed myself. I got pictures in front of the DeLorean with Pippi. And she had such a good time making all her new friends. All in the name of science. Stoned in the name of science. I didn't get any cards today, but I still have 2 left over from Stripes and Nibbler's dad. Because he brought me presents when he adopted the babies. What did he do? The guy was so funny. I got some infused grind. He was like, "You're sure you wanted this one, right? It's infused." And I was like, "Yes, that's incredibly on purpose." And apparently people accidentally buy it and then bring it back and complain. I don't know, you'd be too stoned to complain. I don't understand that one. I'm so sad though, last time they had 28 grams of the MAC. You guys know what MAC stands for? I asked, and I was amused. It had 14 grams of the MAC. And then the other one was Joker's Candy, I think. That one I actually got as like a joke strain for one of my Harley days. I think like a 420 Harley day. And it turned out to be really, really good, which I appreciate. I think that's everything. I think so. I thought Mock liked the speed, but then I asked when I was at the dispensary a couple of years ago, and it stands for Miracle Alien Cookies. Miracle Alien Cookies. I just assumed like the speed as well, but I never thought of mac and cheese. But no, miracle alien cookies.
3 for 3 on the shots. And he's also just got this position to hang on to.
Got some miracle alien cookies. I would never have guessed that either. Names they come up with are hilarious. Where's my phone at charging? 48%. I want it to be at least 60 before we get on the go. Welcome, Cyogenics. I hope the night is being kind to you so far. I hope the week has been kind to you. Not sure it would make much difference what Mach is the speed. See, that's what threw me, is that it was spelled differently. But then I thought, okay, like stoner brain. Mach, Mac, Mach, Mook, Meek. No, miracle alien cookies.
As we see Inner Circle sent back to the lobby where there is a push from Jacob. That's a great way for Inner Circle to try to get this equalizing kill. Sure, Zero Fix has been downstairs since the get-go.
What color are we painting first?
Join up with him just yet.
They're gonna need to make something happen soon.
Someone choose black or red. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Black or red. Black or red. Boba Fett is so good. I like Boba Fett. Oh, I think I hit this with the spray paint. I'll have to cover that with tape next time. Boba Fett is a good strain. They almost always have it, so it must be very popular. I keep forgetting it was Easter weekend. Happy Easter, you guys. I missed you. She has risen again, just a few days late. Had a good Easter weekend. Barbecued for 20 plus people. Got slightly sunburned. Oh, gotta get that SPF first thing in the morning. Sunscreen. Do your cute little face mask. Your cute little eye things. Little lip mask. Finish with SPF moisturization. Because that's definitely how your guys' mornings go, right? 100% completely. I'm not wrong in the slightest. Red or black. You cannot choose a wrong color, unlike in roulette, which one will lose. This one, everyone's a winner. We played so bad. Red or black. Red or black. I need your guys' bread. I mean, that's always an option. Red. We're going for red. Thank you, Smoops. Some red. Like going for the big hats on the sunny days. Are you like a safari explorer, Smoops? I like that look, honestly. That's very cute. That's adorable. It's adorable. I need to pick out photos to print tonight, too. I need help with that. Help humans of the world. One layer of paint, and then I'll bring them up. I need to decide between one of like 3 or 4 Ivy pictures and between 1 to 2. I don't even know what pictures I need to pick. There's one I need to reprint. There's 4 Ivy pictures that I need to choose 1 from. There's 4 baby doll pictures that I need to choose 1 from. I don't like choosing. Getting like photo FOMO. I need a couple of new pictures though. Last year I did a couple of new ones. That was a good choice. This year I can't have the same thing again. You can't be Lizzie McGuire, the print repeater. Some red. Rouge. It's way too fun. Big hats are the way to go. I look ridiculous during the summer. I go out in a bucket hat with my hair tucked into it so I don't get swarmed by bugs. It's quite a look. It's very quite a look. Just sits in the middle. Oh, I do say bread. Now I want bread. I finally finished my sourdough bread. I think the first day that I missed you guys last week. I ate the last 2 pieces. I ate the butt. And I ate the last slice.
The bigger the gap, the more confidence I think they have to actually close.
There's McFlurry with boba beads? What?
It can't happen.
That sounds phenomenal, honestly. There's a Thai place that I get bubble drinks from sometimes, and they have smoothies. I'll get a coconut smoothie with the honey boba and the tapioca balls, and that's so good. It's almost like frozen-y. I can imagine that would be delicious. I'm jealous. McDonald's, make a dairy-free version, please. I'm actually surprised that McDonald's doesn't have like more vegetarian or vegan options. I would expect them over Burger King to be the one with the impossible. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. It's for a promo, so I won't be around for super long. Aww. For K-pop Demon Hunter. I keep seeing that everywhere, and I need to figure out what it's about.
Out of Inner Circle as they decide to simplify and just rush down that B site. The rock solid 10-round CT half sets up Inner Circle to succeed, and even the small.
We need to throw a fit like Rick and Morty did after it goes away to bring it back.
So let's see if they can pull it off.
As someone who can't even try it, I endorse this.
Carried into the apartments, about to face a whole lot of Inner Circle players. He's got support in Frozen, hard dedicated to the corner on the side.
I endorse this.
Charge block flies downwards. Twist also here for the crossfire, so they do bite on.
Aw, I'm so glad the bunny was good to everybody.
Headshots coming through for Russell, and it's a close out of Frozen. So
I think I have seen it advertised on Netflix. I still have my Netflix paused. I've been uncommitted. I'm having commitment issues. But I see it pop up on like the Roku advertisement screen a lot too. And where was I? That wasn't C2E2. Somewhere I was walking around and bebopping around at this week. Had a whole bunch of things for them, like little advertisements and figurines. Is it the gas? I don't think it was the gas station. Somewhere. It's a movie about a group of K-pop. I guess they fight demons. I feel like it's like an homage to be a modern day Sailor Moon of sorts.
Flash is good. Miss Pat, it looks like, and he's dead. He's dead as a solo A anchor.
Same kind of vibe. Girlies saving the world. And there's a whole bunch of episodes of Sailor Moon where they go into disguise as like
moving over top of the stairs, Carradine cuts that one down.
Singers, actresses, different career paths to get the bad guy or girl.
Zero fix in for the bomb plant.
Dead, right?
Spam him down. No, let the bomb go down. That's money made by Zero fix, and yes, he'll die. But at least able to
have some news on the Discord kitty. Oh. Get a message from a friend on Facebook 2 days later after Kitty took off from you feeding her, and she passed away 2 blocks from her house. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You tried your best. And believe me, I know that never feels like enough. But you tried your best. And you made sure that she was fed and cared for. And had everything that she could possibly need given her current situation. And that I know she is grateful for. I'm very sorry though. The world is not kind to wildlife, and that includes kitties. Unfortunately.
I would definitely recommend doing that sooner rather than later. I don't know. Why is everyone too afraid to tell them is the other question.
Feeding kitten syndrome is so difficult to deal with too. I feel for you in your heart and soul.
Ooh, they're building a connection towards CT.
When I fostered the last litter, Stripes, Nibbler, and Daisy, I tried not to get you guys too hyped up about it, simply for that fact. Only on average, statistically, about half of the litter will make it to 8 weeks. And I was so nervous the first 8 weeks. We got very, very lucky that I didn't have to share any sad news. Club Cult. I'm so sorry.
Best moment here for Inner Circle. Like, look at what happens if they had planted this bomb.
My dad always told me you can't save them all. And my response to that is, but you can try.
That's pretty huge. Jacob, I think in his
I have
mind,
no
has got
luck
a
saving
lot of
cats. I don't think that's
You
true.
watch it just in case.
You've done a lot for your buddies. And you will continue to do so. It's the trying and the caring that counts. Luck, unfortunately, is a factor that we have no control over. But it's the trying and the caring that counts. Something else my dad tells me. He's a very wise man. Clearly, he did the damn whole crossword puzzle, and he does every week. I bet the Sudoku is done for this version, but I don't have that paper out here. Cats are kind of like chickens too, unfortunately. They're determined to do whatever they want, even if it's to their detriment. That's why grooming cats is so scary. A dog, unless it's severely mentally unwell, will not fight against the grooming process. It sounds so violent. Will not fight against the grooming process to the point of like genuinely hurting themselves. They're just expressing fear. The cat, however, that's why grooming cats is so dangerous and so expensive. Is a cat, when freaked out, will literally fight to the death.
All we've got now for FaZe Clan is this Brokey cat angle. So 7 rounds into this T-side, and Inner Circle able to muster together.
It's a very fragile part of the industry. It does speak to their resilience, though.
You know, Frozen, it's like an awkward flash. Kind of gets him off of his angle, can't fully commit to the mowdown. And within that,
I don't want my coffee to end. I put a little bit of almond milk in it tonight. It's very good. I don't think I'll ever make it this perfectly balanced ever again.
Inside sight. Inner Circle identify it, exploit it, and they'll lose on it. But hey, it's 2 players alive, and finally, Inner Circle's first round.
What's matchy versus not matchy?
FaZe feeling frisky towards ramp.
Feeling frisky. We didn't feel frisky enough, apparently.
And we'll see Brokey calling for reinforcements as Kerrigan comes sprinting over with utility. Thought we'd be finding an opening onto Jacob, though. You play inside that A site? Yeah. You get punished by it.
Need better posture to keep this straight.
There was not actually anybody to fight that smoke.
Small mistakes, big openings. Inner Circle gonna try to push through into twists. It's a one and done from the Canadian. And while we do still have this forward ramp control for FaZe Clan, it's been there since the get-go. It's gonna be Kerrigan up next and traded effectively by Dawi. Now we know about Frozen's position on the Inner Circle side, and Onyx gonna catch him through that smoke. A late activation through the ramp catches Frozen off guard. The smoke fades ahead of the bomb carrier. You try to cross that, and Brokey's gonna cut you down to size.
That Ringo or Diesel throwing bones. Who's throwing
bones? This is an
bones?
interesting spot for Dowie because if he wants to go through the murder hole, he knows Brokey was just there, and Brokey doesn't hear
They
a
just
plan.
do whatever they
He
want.
might turn around. And
Tiger, I'm
this
so surprised.
opportunity is
He's not a
really
bone
real,
dog.
But Brokey is full committing to this. Is crazy.
He loves his
that Dowie
toys.
gets
He
away
doesn't
with
chew
this.
them, just like
He knows
Chauncey.
exactly where Brokey was.
But he doesn't
Brokey
care about
is gonna
bones.
hear this plan, and he's like, I can't even believe he tried that. What's Dowie even watching right now? He thinks he rotated around through Cat. Just go ahead and plant, man. You've already done the job. And now he can get off to, I don't know.
He's figuring it out, Mo. He's in the process.
Counter-Strike was so weird this week.
Life is a work in process. Progress.
FaZe ended up going into like a very tiny like D team tournament. I don't know. We won it all. Got enough points to qualify.
But he delivers it.
Forfeited a game in Bucharest to be able to win again in the lower tier teams. And then we lost the next showing at Bucharest, and now we're out. That was all completely pointless. I did read something about Valve points, though, and that we might not be qualified for, or FaZe might not be qualified for future majors for the time being, because of the lack of points. I don't really know how that system works. But I'm nervous. I do think we have a tourney at the end of the month, though. But maybe we don't qualify for it anymore. It was Blash Rivals, I think. Yeah.
They're still concerned about
April 27th.
Brokey goes for the quick move into jungle instead.
Welcome to the jungle.
You give them some space, they're going to start pushing, and that's exactly what they should be doing. They're still kind of worried about everything. Brokey might have a chance for a mistake. They get a little antsy sometimes.
Time for the double swing. Lethal decision here from Inner Circle to close out their third
Vitality,
successful
Navi,
Keys
Furia,
round win.
Astralis, Gamer Legion, Foot, PT, G2, and FaZe. Oh, it's gonna be Texas and Forward. It's so close, yet so far.
Catch you open in the sight. The twists, good on him. Yeah, gets the kill and connector, turns it back over to the Palace play. And finds a 5v3.
We have that to look up to.
Once they're back onto the rifles, Tetris challenge
To look forward to at the end of the month.
Second player has slipped the net. Doesn't actually wind up
Hopefully.
getting the trade frag. So
You changed
Frozen
coaches
thriving
too.
with the
I just
momentum
everything
goes
is
into this
going
one.
wrong.
And head trick. What can you do in a 1v5, brother? No bomb possession, CT swarming.
If a team doesn't have enough points for a tournament, it just means they don't get an invite. Often they can battle through the qualifiers. Oh, that explains why they did the low tier LAN tournament then.
Maybe doesn't feel like he can escape, so we'll split forward into the fight.
I don't know. Short term, maybe that works, but I don't think long term that'll be good choices to stay a quote top tier team. Just play lower tier teams and get points from that. It's just like participation points.
Get rid of that right away,
But I'm not in charge. I don't know how it works. I'm just a girl. I just want to see them play well. So of course I'm choosing to watch the one where we lose instead of the 4 where we won against apparently weak sauce teams earlier this week. It was such a mess though. The first day of Bucharest, we forfeited. Maybe it was the second.
And ultimately, FaZe Clan walk away from the CT side of Mirage with a respectable score. It's just obviously everything's so tainted with.
Then we played early. No, we played early on the first day, and then forfeited the second day, or played late the second day. No, forfeited the second day, and then played slightly late. That would have been Sunday. And I could have streamed it, but I already told my dad I was coming over. So like a Dadder Strike or Counter Strike? Dadder Strike. Daisy Strike. She's so fluffy.
She's not careful.
Oh my god, she's so
But
cute.
that bomb
She's
gets
so
planted
fluffy.
now. Full test. Look at the lurkers in place here for FaZe Clan.
And then we just lost. That's the end of it all.
Now their thieves are gonna be watched
That's
for
been the
sure.
sum up of my off time.
Keeps it
They gotta
going,
get
Arrogance.
We
Just
lost.
trying to buy time for this flight to still come
That's it.
through. Nobody is
They can
really
actually
checking the
sit,
back.
eh?
Now they are. They finally turn. Dolly whips around, kills Broke.
It's FaZe. They're doing FaZe things. You guys seen the movie Barnyard?
FaZe Clan have given us reasons to doubt.
I think of this line often. Like when the zoo is doing things. Like, imagine this is me talking back to myself. What are the cows doing out there? The cows! They're doing cow things! So whenever, you know, Charlie is yapping and running around and doing all the goofy shit, or Chong wants to have the zoomies, what are you doing, cat? I'm cat. I'm doing cows. I'm doing cat things. This movie was so cute. This one's so quiet.
We should call someone. We should call someone.
God.
Shut up. Shut up.
Why are you so quiet?
Stop it.
I left it at a sleepover of one of my dad's ex-girlfriend's house, and I want the DVD back one day. It's farm. There's gonna be cows outside.
Randall, there is a cow outside.
Welcome, Lecture Rob. Hope you're having a wonderful night so far.
Oh, I mean right outside.
Welcome.
Right outside this house, looming like a ghost, like a
But I
reaper.
won't
Oh,
back
cows
down.
don't like house as much. They prefer it out in the meadow where they can get a graze on.
These two people are the versions of people that are inside of my head,
Chemical imbalance.
creating all of
Don't
my
you
thoughts.
Sit there and think that I am crazy.
Where did it go? I don't know.
Where'd it go? I don't know. It's gone. It's gone. Oh god, prep your ears. I'm putting my volume back. Well, there's a way I can turn off the ding. There, you're loud.
Randall, there's
a cow outside.
There's a cow.
Oh, happy birthday!
No,
Happy
right
birthday!
outside this house,
Belated.
roaming
That is
like a ghost,
exciting.
Like a reaper.
No, cows don't like houses much. They prefer it out in the meadow.
Prefer it out in the meadow. You can get a graze on. This is my spirit animal.
I'm here with Carrigan after phase we just eliminated from.
That's where my mind just went. Happy belated birthday! Did you get some good stuff for your birthday? Or at least a day to relax?
And this would be a great chance for Inner Circle to just
What kind of cake?
No, you'd hope not. Hey, you know, we are watching this.
Stripes
first
and
half
Nibbler
of the
better have
run.
celebrated with you.
Inner Circle's team side.
They better have wrapped your presents all nice.
Trying to keep it simple here to catch Captain Kirk off guard. He will get back into the cover, but that just cues up the
Oh,
twist
that's
wall
exciting.
there. It's a lot of bodies confirmed outside of the ramp, but Inner Circle still thinking about middle
Yay.
first. Nobody home, not yet. It's a slow burn flank from Kerrigan through underpass, while everybody else on phase stalls out towards ramp.
You got a PS1? Nice!
Over indeed.
The GBA versions of Doom?
Carefully.
That's awesome. That is the best birthday present I feel like you can give to yourself.
This also will pull Onic.
Hell yeah!
And
You gotta
they
co-op
don't
some
get their
PS1
spawn fight, but
games.
No smoke, and they don't have CZ control.
And by that, just play socially distanced.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Forgot to tell you guys. I found things. This is what happens when you dig through the bowels of your house. And yes, this is a toaster container, but it's not a toaster. I found the Doom that started it all. It cost me $9 to be the excellent gamer that I am today. It cost me $9 to be the celebrated, fantastic, phenomenal, incredible, impervious, try-hard gamer that I am today. You don't eat cake? No, that's not weird. I'm not really a fan of cake either. It's too much sweet all at once. Like I like my sweets concentrated. I found my Doom! The cover for it is so sick. I'm keeping this, but I'm offering Club Cult first dibs on any of my other Xbox games because I'll never play them again. If any of them speak to you guys, otherwise I'm gonna throw them up for sale.
Genuinely a collection they might need.
I'm playing it on GBA work last night. It runs really well. Nice! That's awesome! That's so cool. I'm so happy for you. I love the PS1. I am so psyched for you. It is a piece of Serena gaming history. Ah, thank you, Cygenix. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for being the wonderful human that you are. I appreciate you. Ooh, 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 ooh. It is a piece of Serena gaming history. It needs to go into a shadow box or something. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Look, it's live. It's online enabled. So cool. Even Gunther is hyped. There's a VR version of that. That would be horrifying, but also fascinating. I'm considering dabbling in VR at some point. I found some really cool spin-offs from Until Dawn that are VR only, and they look horrible, but like they look like they're gonna annihilate me, but they still look good. I'm always super cute. What you talking about? Just kidding. Super nerd.
We're gonna have something to stand on, like a retake was gonna be needed, but now it's an act of desperation as they plant on this side of triple. Good headshot from Frozen.
A piece of Serena gaming history. It's incredible. It's incredible. This was the first
Now empty, Dawi
character
is
switch game that I played.
has a force
The Lord of the Rings. I think I've talked about this one before. The Return of the King. The cases are all in horrible condition. The discs are fine, but the cases are all in horrible condition. Also, I haven't cleaned them, and they're just sitting and getting dusty, so enjoy what they are. Return of the King. A best of Discovery. This one I'll honestly probably keep. Aqua Teen Hunger Force Volume 2. There's a couple of other things other than Xbox games in here, but still. That's the perfect comment to level up on. Meow City bitch, meow meow city bitch. 10 10 20s on a kitty bitch. Oh my goodness. The PS4 VR version of Doom 4, but you're not Doom Guy, you're a random security guy with a jump pack. It's set before Doom Guy arrives. Are they using VR as like spin-off for like prequels and sequels now instead of just a main game? Like instead of investing everything VR into the main game, they're doing like side biddies. That's kind of how one of the ones for Until Dawn is too. It's set back in the original timeline of it. That's so cool. That's so weird. I wonder what that would be like. That sounds terrifying. I want to try it too, but it sounds terrifying.
Kerrigan surrounded, gets dinked and dealt with. Inner Circle's flawless CT run continues.
This one was so cool too. It makes me wish I still had a working Xbox, but I have no desire to have an Xbox for any reason. Oh, this case is cracked on the bottom. Kingdom Under Fire Heroes. I put so many hours into this game. So many. This one I bought, but I don't think I ever played. It's like a cheapy Call of Duty. It's by Gearbox. Brothers in Arms, earned in blood. This was still in my I'm gonna be cool like my dad and play all the shooters phase. Which I do love shooters, but Call of Duty-esque is not my jam. Online enabled. That was probably my first issue. There's a couple of racing games. Battle Racing Ignited. Burnout. Revenge. Revenge. If anyone likes Dane Cook, I will like pay you to take this off my hands. I don't like Dane Cook. I've had this for so long. I don't want it. I don't want it. I just don't. Happy Tree Friends. Season 1. This one I might keep too. I don't know.
I would actually be attempting this if I was Inner Circle. Definitely trying to punish exit.
Esports for watching.
Yeah, like Jacob's gonna go pick up.
Can the players see through the walls like us?
Oh, okay.
No, they can't see the little floating figures.
1 of 3.
Like how they can see them moving behind the wall there. Only we can see that part. My favorite Xbox game was Italian Job. I don't think I've heard of that one. Is it mobstery? That's a stupid question. But it might be making Italian food. I don't know. It could be like Cooking Mama. You never know. It's worth asking. Dane Cook is like so funny that he's annoying. And he gets annoying real fast because he has a lot of humor. It's like Family Guy. Every single word is a ha 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 stupid joke. It sure would be nice though. I mean, you can play like that to where you see the people behind, but it's either a cheat or like an easy mode. Like when you're playing with friends, not necessarily in like public live matches. But they can't see the little guys moving. That's okay. I was wondering about that when I first got into tourneys too. I was like, it's too easy if you can see the guy behind there. Like, even I can do that. It's based on the movie with the same name that I have not heard of. It's a heist movie. Ooh, heist done with Mini Coopers. You just basically drive around in Mini Coopers. That's so gangster. That's so gangster. I was driving behind a Mini Cooper yesterday or the day before, and I was making fun of it. I was just in a bad mood. That's all it was. It's a heist movie. I like good heist. They're playing Counter-Strike. What's this one? State of Emergency. It's a Rockstar game. I could not tell you what this is. I don't think I ever played it. The outside of the case is crap. The inside is pristine. It like never got opened. And then one more. This one was so much fun too. It's kind of like a
A smoke was a little
What's
bit
the word?
fresh. It's
Like a
possible
Mortal
that they're
Kombat
going
layout?
towards CT, so they've got
Ninja
some
Gaiden
time to
Blade.
approach it. They're not going to see anybody in here.
Club Cult, you get first dibs on my secondhand crap. Otherwise, within the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna throw them up on eBay or something like
Once
that.
the bomb is planted on the front side of sight, always low HP as well. Headtrick, though, this smoke is going to cover up the diffuser.
Did you like that one? I don't remember putting an extensive amount of time in it, but I remember enjoying it. I thought this one would catch your eye. You like racing games. Which one? Where did it even go? The Burnout Revenge. I had something to prove, basically, in my Xbox days. Between Doom, all the fighting games, the racing games, the Dane Cook, I had something to prove. If you want it, make me an offer in Discord. Otherwise, in about a week or two, probably after conventions, so like by Wednesday of next week, I'll throw them up on eBay and Marketplace and shit like that. Buy my toaster box. Buy my toaster box. I would accept Tree Fitty if it was the only offer. It'll like only cover shipping, but that's okay. About Tree Fitty plus Tree Fitty. I didn't even know I still had these. I got to the corner of a closet and I was like, oh, why is there a toaster? I have another toaster. And it was not a toaster. It was games. You had the PS2 too? Is it the Slim or the regular? Some of those are worth a lot. I think the Slim is still worth a lot. That's incredible. I have a shit ton of old PS1 games, but those are all in the bedroom and those aren't pertinent at the moment. The Slim is such a neat console. I like that one the best. I never had the PS2, but I'm a PS2 fangirl. Recently discovered a stack of old Xbox games also. Dang! That makes two of us. Which one stood out to you as the one you put the most hours into? I'm curious. That is an excellent auction win. Round of applause. Round of applause. I have a whole bunch of PS3 games in my PS3. I'm not getting rid of those. I might sell the second PS4. I want to get rid of these Xbox games, but I'm not getting rid of any of my PS1 games or any of the PS1s. I have two PS1s. I have my original one that I had when I was a kid, and it needs a little bit of work, and then I have one that I grabbed on eBay. No, not the console, the game that you have the most hours in. PS1 is original. Oh god, she's beautiful. She's beautiful! PS2's performed so well, but they ran into so many little wonky issues. Probably Halo. Nice! Master Chief. Oh no, I let my brush dry out for too long. Oopsies. Oopsie-days. I'm just the coolest cat there ever was. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. There's probably no one in this world of my status and stature that needs to have the amount of games that I have. But alas, here we are. Just save everything. I don't know. Batman Arkham City on PS3. Ooh. I feel like that would be fun. Was that the one that I struggled with where you drive? Master Chief! What do I have the most hours in on the PS1? On the PS2 that my friend had, we put so many hours into Barbie Equestrian Showcase. Or whatever the Barbie horse game was that was popular at the time. The PS1, probably somewhere between the first Tomb Raider, 102 Dalmatians, Puppies to the Rescue, and either of the Spyros. Probably the Spyros got the most time. The Puppies game is short, and Tomb Raider I would give up on a lot. Had to make an appearance at work. Boo. I hope the rest of the night is kind to you. Have as much fun as you can. And have even more fun with your games when you get home. That is so awesome. And happy belated birthday. Thank you for taking the time to pop by. Club Cult salutes your service. Yeah, tell them no. Tell them, excuse me, but Serena is live. No. JK, the only thing I request is that you give Stripes Nibbler lots of lovin's. Lots of schmooters when you get home, which I'm sure isn't hard to do. Love on the babies. We want this thing finished and finalized by Thursday, which I don't think is going to be hard to do. That's a little bit last minute, but I think it can be done. I think. I was so surprised to find a toaster box that wasn't a toaster, though. I also was wondering why I had a toaster in my closet, and situation solved. The red paint though. I want that to be my text tone. That or the knife. Every time I see the corner of Nuke that they were in like 10-15 seconds ago, it makes me think of the most insane maneuver that Rops and Twist pulled in like 2024. Never forget. Never forget. And go see this middleless, Little Miss, Peebs, and a few. Oh, I'm so bummed. 62%. You have a good amount of battery. My Polaroid printer won't take a charge, and I've used a million different cords. And I think that means that it's done for. It's very, very old. There's no way that it's still under warranty, and I think it finally pooped out. And I'm bummed. It still makes like a connection sound, but it's not actually taking a charge for anything. Which is... I liked having that with me at conventions this year. Because I was able to like do selfies and then give someone a Polaroid right then and there. Because I could just transfer it from my phone to the printer to scan. It was so nice, and I can't do that this year. It doesn't work anymore. I'm bummed. Might be able to bypass the battery, depending on how fiddly you want to be. Not that fiddly. Welcome, Space. I hope you're having a good night so far. I have no idea how I would even try to replace the battery. There's not really screws to open anything up anywhere. And this thing is so fragile, like you're not even supposed to open it when the film is inside of it. I think this might be for an alternative battery pack. Like a backup battery. Actually, I might be able to do that. Do I have... We might be onto something here. Not exactly what you suggested, but something else. I need to do thinking for a moment. desk. We do not judge it. No, it wasn't for this one, but actually, I don't know if this one still works. This one might still work. I don't know why I would have put it to the side if it didn't. How do I tell if you're charging? You can see the charging indicator light with the case on you. If there even is a charging indicator light. Well, it made it sound like it knows things. Oh, that might be my old printer. Whoa, hold on. You have potentially inspired genius. Cytotronics. So I do have batteries. I don't know if these are charged at all. That one takes one of those too. Jeez Louise. They'll take a charge, so I might be able to charge that one up, but this might be, I think this is my new one. This is my old one, but for some reason this was the easiest one to find. I don't know. I did not know that had a battery backup though. I never actually opened this bottom piece, so potentially I could use it as a battery backup. Judge me not on the tidiness of my desk, but on the quality of my nerfing. That's what I would hope for. This is gonna be completely dead. It hasn't been used since last year. Will you charge, please? Oh, it's charging. I can do my Polaroids this year. And I didn't realize I had more film. What's the date on them? Thought I was gonna have to last minute buy film if it suddenly started working. 9/10/2025, that'll be fine. Polaroids aren't meant to be perfect. Well, I mean they are, but it's fun when they're artsy too. Yay! I don't think this one works anymore though. This one might be too old. I mean, I barely charged it for 2 seconds, but it's not turning on. It also doesn't have a memory card on it. I don't think that would affect turning it on. This is the old one, that's why. I shouldn't save things when they stop working because then I prank myself. It's charging! And the battery packs are charging. I don't know if I can use the battery packs for this one though. Let's save it and see. Just let the battery packs charge and see if that wants to eventually work for those. Hi, Gunther. I did forget too that I wanted to have I just forgot exactly what I was saying while I was saying it. I forgot that I wanted to have what? I don't know where I was going with that at all. I went to 3 different thoughts at the same time. I have to pee. I'll be right back. vaguely recalling that I bought those batteries because the camera didn't take a charge anymore. So maybe I did know that there was a battery section. That's a long time ago, Serena. I've been using this printer steadily for the last 3-4 years. When did I buy it? Oh, my phone's charging on airplane mode. Sometimes when things stop working, it just needs an easy fix. Like, just put batteries instead of plugging it. I do think that was actually my motivation, though. It's been a long time since I've used that, but the other one is charging. Now just hopefully the app is still compatible. That one's old now, too. It's about 3 years old. Yeah. I got everything organized for conventions last night, mostly. And I was pretty bummed, but accepting that I couldn't do Polaroids this year. And now I'm glad I can do Polaroids this year. I'm basically all packed. Boy, I had a panic last night while I was getting everything organized. But hi, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet. Let's see. I have this pocket for Pippi stuff. I have my hairbrush and extra pasties in here. I'm not bleeding. That's just paint. And then I think I have all of my cards and merch stacked in here. I already set up all my sales. I have my suckers. Free candy. Always take candy from strangers. Everything is organized. I've never been this organized pre-convention. What are my neighbors doing? I'm nosy. I don't know. All my prints and my stickers in here. I have my thank you paper and bags. I'm only bringing like 10 bags for Friday. Because Friday is ladies' night and no one really buys anything. It's just dudes walking around with girls. But there's so many girls on Friday because I think women are like uncomfortable as a woman. This is true, at least from my perspective. Women are uncomfortable going strange places without like a gal pal, even if you're with a guy friend. So for every guy, there's like statistically at least 2 women with them, which I'm sure feels baller at the convention. But it translates to there's too many people everywhere, number 1, and number 2. You don't sell anything. Friday is just like participation points. We got a summer romance space. Boy is being very helpful. Now he's guarding the bags because he knows that at some point I'm leaving the house. He doesn't know when, but he knows at some point. It's almost over. It's not like we won. I'm so happy my Polaroid printer still works. Oh my god, yes. I'm so glad I bitched about it so you guys could inspire me to find the other one because I wouldn't have looked for the other one. I kind of don't always remember what I own. Which is not to sound like privileged or like fancy frou-frou-la-la, like I have everything. I have so many things. There's just many things that I replace in like a panic because I need it now. Probably needed it yesterday, that I don't remember there's 2 of them. And that one of them might be a little bunk. Bomb has been planted. When this is done, I need your guys' help picking prints. You just have to choose one of 4. Well, this is done, but I'm not done painting. So the proverbial when it is done. I just want to get this little sector. Inspector Gadget. We can do 1 coat of everything tonight. That would be awesome. And I just need 1 more coat and then clear coat this side and we're beautiful. I clear coated the other side today and it turned out so well. Except for clear coating the nerfs. Dear world, don't spray paint your nerfs. They won't fly anymore. They won't go places. They won't go places. I need help picking which pants. Choosing things is a task. That's why I need you guys to taskmaster it for me. How do I even pull up like a slideshow? Is a good question. Alright, we're gonna do this simplest form, which is what? Do I have a browser capture? That would be this one, I would think. I think that's gonna take over the whole screen. No. This baby doll. Wait, let me make sure there's nothing like sus that I can accidentally pull up here that I don't mean to. And the last one is art. So it counts for no. Oh wait, I don't need to show the last one because that's just one I need to reprint. Haha, okay. Help. This one. Or this one. Or this one. Or this one. Number 4. Number 3. Number 2. Number 1. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. So none of the pictures are blurry. They're just all slightly different. I don't know. This is my... Let's see. Not all of them. I can only do one of each portion because I only have 3 spots open that I can put more prints into. So it can't be all of them. Yeah, you gotta cover one eye while picking. Actually, no, it doesn't change your perspective at all. I like this one because I don't have a lot of landscape photos. All of them are like portrait mode. I like this one because it's full body. But I don't really like what my hand's doing with the little... It's not very baby doll-esque. I like this one because it's also full body and my hands are in a tolerable, good stance. I don't know, posing is weird. And I like that one because it's full body, but it cuts off the bottom of one of my feet, and I don't necessarily like that. But I feel like that's the most baby doll pose. I don't know. You like number 1? I kind of like number 1 too. It's also the only print I think that I'll have where I'm smiling. And maybe that's nice. Men generally like when women smile. Number 1 is voted. Okay, thank you. You guys have chosen for me. Done. I'm gonna print this Harley one too. So I'll have 2 landscape style ones. I like this one. I had trouble choosing between them. Now, Ivy round. The Ivy Leagues. 1, 2. I can make this way bigger actually. Because this one's kind of more detailed. I don't know how to crop it more. Welcome, Mad Topher. You lost the baby doll round. Now you gotta come in clutch for the Ivy round. The Ivy Leagues. 1, I think. No. 1, 2, 3. I do have feet in all of these, which I appreciate. 4. 3, 2, 1. I like all of them. I would print all of them, just like the baby doll ones. But you can't have a million things. You just can't. You just can't. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I like this one because my feet are kind of cocked cute and my hands do like they mirror perfectly. It's good symmetry. I like this one because it just looks nice with legs crossed and I'm like, ooh, I am a villain, but I do good, but I'm a villain, hee hee. It was also very bright that day, so my eyes are squinty in all of the photos. That one I like the do not cross in the background, even though it looks like it says do it cross, caution, but that's okay too. And that one's just a nice pose in general. I don't know, I like my face. 4 is the most poison ivy pose. Oh, we're between number 2 and number 4. Okay, the countdown has now begun. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Tiny Window Hug. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Between 2 and 4. So that means 1 and 3 get the boot. 1. I sound insane. I feel like I sound insane. 2. 1. 2. 1. 2. Mouse. Treat. Mouse. You gotta arm wrestle the bad Topher for it. 1. 2. 1. 2. We have 1 voted. 2. 1. 2. I don't know why this is so funny to me, but it is. It is. Ah! Do I have space to print both? I can't choose. Number 1 with the new numbers. Number 2 with the new numbers. How many open spots do I have? Happa-dappa-dappa-dappa-da. Where's the bag? It's the great big bag of everything with everything inside. I have... Not that one. Those are stickers. That one has room for 1, so we have 1. 2. 3. I can only print 3? Oh wait, 4, 5. So I could actually print 5 more. Maybe I will print both of them then. Because I can't choose. They're different enough to where I think that would actually be okay. So if I have 5 open spots, that gives me 1, 2, Doom clip. I put that on YouTube earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Okay. I accept the voting process. This is a Democratic Club cult. If you guys say both, then I say both. But that fills up all of my empty spots. Excellent. Excellent. So I'll order them tonight or tomorrow and be able to pick them up Thursday. Which, to be fair, usually I pick up prints on Friday, like the first day of the convention, so. I'm gonna finish up the red on here, and then I'm gonna go say hi to little Miss Peebee for a bitty. And then we have closet stuff, too. I have to finalize Harley for tonight. Well, not for tonight, for the weekend, but still. I don't know what day I'm gonna do Harley. I do think on Friday I'm gonna do Barbie, because the girlies love Barbie. And just, why not? Why not be a girl's girl? I want to look up the seminar schedule, too. Saturday, I think I'll do Harley. And then Sunday, I'll do Ivy, because Ivy has the most uncomfortable shoes. And it's also the least amount of clothing. And I'll be cold. And there's a lot of hot breath and people on Sunday. So we're the uncomfortable shoes for the last day. Because that one looks best with my pleasers. They're not uncomfortable, it's just painful to stand in. They're easy to walk in. They're just painful to stand in. Using the masses as your personal heater? Abso-fucking-lutely. It's not cheating, it's just knowing how the game works. Serena doesn't count cards, she counts hot mouths. That sounds weird. Never mind. Never mind on that one. Thank you, gentlemen, for your photo input. It's extensively helpful. Like, really, truly. That was where I roadblocked last night, and I said, I'm gonna wait and get opinions. And you guys know what looks good versus just looks pretty in, like, girly eyes, you know? You gotta mansplain to me what photos. You got a hat mouse. Exactly. Oh, that was supposed to be black, but that's okay. What's the other mirroring red part? I accidentally painted that part red. I didn't mean to. I did not mean to. This bitty. Excuse me. And then I took that to how far, where? To this bit. There's like a company out there that professionally customizes Nerfs. I give them so much credit. Because like, wow, this is actually hard. I never thought Nerf guns were so detailed. They are. Plot twist. Plot twisted. I'm gonna get as much as I can over here, use up the rest of the paint that I poured out. And then we'll do layer 2 when we get back to the groove. Oh my god, I'm so happy about my Polaroid printer. I'll have to take a picture of you guys to test it. Do a little picture of my screen. With 3D printing, it's a lot easier to do that stuff now too. Oh my god, like a silicone skin. That's not exactly what you mean, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Would be so helpful. 3D printing is so neat. I have like a little kid, like 3D pen art thing, and I made a couple Christmas ornaments with it, but I don't use it nearly as much as I would like to. Because it's just a janky little thing, but it's so neat. I don't think I would have any actual true benefit from like a 3D printer though. They're expensive as hell. I would make too many mistakes to justify the price. 3D printing is so schmancy though. It's a bunch of threads that I follow on Reddit of like home improvement and DIY, etc. That people 3D print their own random little parts for things. Like a little plug broke in someone's refrigerator and they ended up 3D printing the part because they couldn't find it anywhere. Like, how cool is that? Ingenuity. It's like back in Grandma and Grandpa's day when you could just rig something, anything together and make it work because you're from that generation. Okay, red can dry. This poor cat sticker, I was testing my Sharpies. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. And Kitty got scribbled on. They're so neat though. I wish I knew someone with one. That would be nice. But no. At least not that I know of that anyone I know has one. It could be keeping it secret from me. I have a floof in my eye. Or something. I don't know. I'm still wearing yesterday's makeup because I'm a scrub. Today was very busy and yesterday was very tiresome. PB cam went out while I was down with Gigi. Like, of course, when I'm furthest away from the computer, that's when it goes down. Oh, I need a real mirror for this one. That's uncomfortable. It's a floof, I think. floof in my eyeball. I found it. This goes in the bag. What is the seminar schedule? I forgot I wanted to peek at that. I had it in my email and then I finally updated my phone. Like, finally, after like 6 or 8 months. I don't know. It's working a little bit better again. Plot twist, believe it or fucking not. And I lost the notification for it when it updated and restarted. Seminar schedule. Event schedule. Seminars and schedule. Don't load your website properly. Are you not meant to be a small page? Their site is jank right now. Jesus. I am shouting at Google still. Schedule. That's what I want, I think. Is that the page that I had open? I think that is the page I had open. I don't think I'm gonna go to the welcoming ceremony at the dungeon. All access curated by Temple. I don't think there's anything educational on Friday. Oh yeah, there is. Prep. Unlearning monogamy. What about unlearning asexuality? Blow their mind. The art and technique of giving exceptional head. That's not funny, but it is funny. 5-4. Only a half an hour? You can learn how to give the best sloppy toppy there ever was in 30 minutes. I'm now curious, just experimentally. Moving on from that. Cruel Valentine feature performance. Oh, that I might want to see. 5:45 to 6. Blending raw sensuality, vintage glamour, and commanding stage presence, this act channels the bold, unapologetic spirit of song. The mesmerizing performance of tease, attitude, and allure. I kind of want to see that. I feel like that would be pretty. Only a couple of times have I seen little snippets, not even the full part, of stage performances. Like, I know the point is to go to work, but considering that I'm taking everything easy this year, I'd like to enjoy myself too. Let me write these down. I'm penless again. This is true. I'm pretty sure I'm one of those girls. But I'm morbidly curious how you can teach that in 30 minutes. Oh, there's a list portion. Use that. Try. 5:45, 6 p.m. The main stage. Cruel Valentine. Blurp, blurp. I wonder if Rubber Doll is going to be performing again this year. Thank you very much. Impact play class. Feature performance. Burlesque! That's literally right after this one. Oh, it's at the dungeon though. It shouldn't be hard to remember. Fuck like a pro and test like a pro too. Edumacations. Jordan Dove feature. Hormones, orgasms, and desire. The biology behind great sex. A lot of the seminars are, so if you want like industry seminars, you want to go to like the XBiz convention. Most of these are more geared towards, there's a few that are geared towards industry performers, but most of them are geared towards the people attending the convention. The consumers of the convention. Elemental Sex Magic. Team Texas. Twerk contest. The guy who, oh, it's not like a team. I don't know what else to call it, though. I don't know. It's not esports. The guy who owns that is so nice. He's so sweet. I don't qualify. I have no ass, but it's besides the point. He's very nice. Landing loyal fans. I went to a loyal fans seminar a couple of years ago for it. And I had one question, and they didn't have the answer to my question. That was very upsetting. My one question was, it was not particularly about loyal fans, but it was the seminar in general. It was about how you can market your content in the most mindful way between many platforms, and it was sponsored by sponsored by loyal fans. And the one question that I had was, like, outside of an Excel spreadsheet, is there a program that you can plug and chug into, like a workbook program that's just generic, an app or something, not specifically for adult industry people, but just in general, that you can plug and chug all of your content into and organize it that way, so you know what's on what platform, what the base price for it is, so it's easy peasy to move things around, runtime, tags, etc., outside of Microsoft Excel. And the answer was, no, there's really not. The answer was, I don't know, but probably there's not. Sally Marvel, oh, I like her look. Very Dita Von Teese. Pony Nation? Like bronies? Oh, no, scrippers. I should have guessed that, but I'm still on C2E2 brain. I didn't see any bronies this year. I did see a couple of furries, though. Cosmic Coochie. Own your protection. Own your pleasure. Own your power. Sisters of Sin. I don't think there's going to be anything for industry professionals this year. That's kind of annoying. I was excited to learn. Wild Magnetic Woman. That sounds like an 80s song. Unleashed from suppression to sensation. Eye candy male review. I don't think that's interesting. This might be interesting. Your body, your camera. Hands-on workshop to DIY your own boudoir photos at home. I like self-shooting the most, and I don't think I'm necessarily bad at it, but if I learn one thing, it's only it's an hour-long seminar. If I learn one thing that's helpful, it might be worth it. Meow. 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 Friday at 9:20. Boudoir photography. Make that that's a really long title. I don't know how to spell boudoir. I was close. I added an extra U at the end. Waiting for the next My Little Pony reboot, I suppose. I don't think there has been anything after, like, the humanized version of Friendship is Magic. Like, where they're upright. Meow. Now I'm curious. I don't know. Harm Reduction 101. See, Gunther, you get all the kisses. He does have so much to say. He does have so much to say. He says, I want to go to the show too. I'm a mature gentleman. That is Gunther. He's mamaing. Mama, I'm not sitting on the chair the way that you want me to. There you go. Gunther has little phases. Gunther doesn't even want to be a lap cat right now. He just wants attention. So I'm going to pet Gunther, and this is how we're going to look through the rest of this, apparently. Pleasure, pleasure, please. Following what feels good. If I can get to the stage show, that would be cool to see. If I can see the burlesque one, that would be cool to see. I'd really like to go to the photography one. I don't think it'll really be anything that I don't know, but you never know. It's an hour that I can sit on my butt. And that at the very least is a gift. Rubber Doll does perform Friday at 10. And the photography thing goes until 10:20. And the end will probably be questions. Is it rude to walk out of a seminar? If I leave early? She might be performing multiple days though, we'll see. I've never seen her perform and I'm a huge fan and I want to see her this year. She main stage? Yes. I sit in the back anyway. I'm shy. And I have Pippi with me, so I try not to let her, like, in the middle of everyone for everything. Don't want to have to be shuffling around my legs and Pippi too. Oh, I didn't look up what room or area the other one was in. What was it, page 4, I think, or 5? It's like a Seinfeld baseline. Seminar B. I don't know what room B is going to be in. Where do B be? It won't be big. It will probably be like 50 seats at most. That will only be like half filled from my experience in other seminars. If it doesn't seem rude to sneak out, I'll sneak out. Otherwise, hopefully she's performing other days too. One of the MFC girls won the Miss Exotica competition in 2023, I think? There's up to 19 pages of seminars, Jesus Christ. They could have just made the list smaller and put it on like half the pages. I don't think I'll be playing with fire anytime soon. Bondage escape challenge. I don't know if that would be amusing or anxiety inducing. The alchemy of kink. Got girth. The titles they come up with are fun. Not really into impact play, otherwise that would probably be a good one. Fuck like a pro and test like a pro. So they have 2 seminars. Sensual dominance. Sensual bondage. Everything is so sensual. So sensual. This is like a mix between like Owl City, this song, and Seinfeld. Like, what is going on here? The pole competition. That's what I caught a little bit of last year. Immersive kink experience activation. It sounds like a Sailor Moon power-up. Considering the state of the world, this one might actually be a good one to go to. Saturday at 4. That would be probably about when I'll be arriving Saturday. Like within an hour of. It'd be nice to kind of like take a breather when I get there. I'm so lazy. No, I'm not. I just know my limits. I think it was loyal fans that just banned. There's so many weird things going on in the industry right now, like outside of just Pornhub being taken out of different states. I think it's loyal fans that you can't have, not even just saying the word, you literally cannot have an image of yourself, and understandably in what it's referencing sometimes, but that's not always the case. Sometimes the girlies just like pigtails. But if you have pigtails, or if you have braids, your content will be deleted. Because it looks like you're, it supposedly looks like you're trying to impersonate CSAM. Which I think is pretty over the top. I understand if you're like, fuck me with my pigtails, daddy, as your video title. Yeah, that might get flagged. They probably have banned braces at this point. Or grown-ups, but you can get Invisalign now. Except Invisalign is expensive. Banning a hairstyle is wild, though. I was shocked when I saw that. Because there's a bunch of people I follow and that I've networked with before that had their content deleted or flagged because of the hairstyle. One of them was like a twerking video, and she just happened to have 2 braids, and that's, or 2 pigtails, and that's not okay anymore. Beyond adults, smart strategies for multiple revenue streams. That one might be a good idea too. That one's also at 4 p.m. in room B. Why would they put like the 2 industry specific ones at the same time? I'd like to try and get to both. Yeah, what if I had braces? It's, I don't know, they're gonna ban small tits next. I don't know. And some of it I understand to a degree, because if you're looking for a certain kind of look to a certain kind of individual that's inappropriate, that's inappropriate. But a fucking hairstyle? It's way too over the top. I get it, but I also heavily disagree with it. Beyond adult. I'll pick and choose. Whichever seminar I come to first, I'll stop at. Just had a bummer moment. There's a little oil spill from the weed vape. I just noticed that as a crack. No! How do you even fix that? Or salvage that? Do you just scoop it out and it's dabs now? If they banned Dutch braids, good luck getting my business. If they banned Princess Leia buns, I'm out of the industry. Can't take away my lowly space buns. Can't do that to me. I'm retiring at that point. I think you just have to try and smoke it quick. I don't think it would be safe to glue it because the glue might seep in, but maybe to hold it together with like electric tape? It would probably work for like the next 24 hours-ish. Whole squirrel girl look has been a thing for ages, so it's just posturing to make a case of it now. I would agree with that. Because I feel like that's what we think of as like the hot girl next door. In many cases, like the schoolgirl look. It's such a typical adult look. It's been around forever. Ah! At 4:30 though. Fuck! That's during the 2 that I actually want to see. Is that the same? I think that's the same seminar. It's either at 9:20 on Friday or... I don't want to leave the other 2. Never mind. Draw her like you mean it. I'm not an artist. Smoops, you're a scientist. You got this. You got this. Fluid below the crack. Should either find a doctor or a mechanic. Oh my goodness. How to catch a unicorn. Oh my goodness. There's so many. The hot wife perspective. I kind of want to see her performance. Oh no, why did I think 9? 7:30. It's only 15 minutes. Main stage. That'll be easy to find. Oh, speaking of Marvel, my dad was very happy with the comic that he got. And Daisy was very happy to hang out too. I missed her so much. She's getting so big. She's bigger than Mom now. She's about the same size as Mushi. Like in height, a little bit shorter in length. I think she's going to be at least 12 pounds. Her feet are as big as Voya's. I had my finger in her little toes. And I was making biscuits with her peeps. And her feet are as big as Voya's. And Voya's big. Talk nerdy to me. Discovery of AI and tech in the digital content creation. Session dives into how AI-powered digital twins are revolutionizing. So, like it's not JOI, but something else that's similar to that acronym. I thought it was going to be about how AI is affecting the industry, not how AI is assisting the industry. It might be interesting to see. I don't plan on making AI Serena anytime soon. Just because I'm a control freak and I don't know what you guys would do with it. There may be some good information though. Is it 8:10? Seminar A. AI-A. The art of oral. If there is, I'm not making any money off of it. If there is an AI Serena. So it'd be interesting, but I think it means more like physical disabilities. And like medical inabilities. The migratory path. What the hell would this even be? Discover how to thrive, not just survive. Stand out and stay irresistible in one of the most competitive arenas in the world. Because being seen is good, but being unforgettable is everything. What would that even be about? I don't think I understand you. You'd have more information. I feel like... rising and redefining your presence session transforms raw talent to undeniable influence, presence, and ambition. So basically just a be confident kind of thing. It does seem markety, but I feel like it's going to be frou-frou-la-la information. Pony Nation, not bronies. Sad. Well, defrag my hard drive and call me a floppy. Some people might be into that. Oh my god. Unrelated, but partially related. My dad had to help me with some tech support stuff the other day, and he was all the unpleased about it. I think it was Friday. I called him like, Father, you need to know things and tell me things. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of set up with like a meet and greet kind of thing. My dad's doing okay. We went out and said hi to Nermal's little burial spot while I was over there. My dad is very like, he feels things, but he's detached. So he's handling it fine because he's ignoring it. That's just how he deals with things. It's kind of admirable because he looks at things in the way of like, you had the best life possible, you had XYZ amount of time, we had all good memories together, like, I did good enough by you. Whereas I ruminate on, we could have done more, we could have had more, it could have been more, blah, 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 blah. I always want more. And my dad is very respectful and appreciative and honoring of the time that you have. And whether he's drilled it into his mind or actually just innately feels this way, he respects that the time you have is all the time that you have. Whereas I have trouble kind of coming to terms with that. So my dad handles loss quite well, but he's also had a lot of significant, like, traumatic losses in his life. And granted, it never gets easier. But you're more prepared to say goodbye for, like, the 10th time than the first time. Let's get loud using your voice. My voice gets used enough. Erotic story time. Make some Hitchhikers to the Guide fan fiction. It's perfectly normal. Damn that AOL. Setting up false expectations. And chime me into your conversation again. I'm rude. I'm out. Beyond the pole. Morticia Mara. Lucretia and Anima? I don't know how to say that. Come as you are. Come up with some really funny titles. They're attention grabbing, that's for sure. Sacred Seduction. Oh, Riverdale on Sunday! That's how we solutionize this. Because there's not really anything I'm seeing on Sunday so far that I want. 3:30, that'll be a perfect, like, afternoon break. I think it only goes until 5 or 6 on Sunday. I'm excited to get my cosplays and my learnings on. Welcome, Panda. I hope you're having a good night so far. Laserdisc was obviously the best at 12 inches. You go retro? What about records? Just kidding. That would be way too big. That would be so scary. If someone's pee-pee was as big as... Not as wide, hopefully. But as long as a vinyl record. Like, not that's the little ones, the actual big ones. That's terrifying to think about. Growing vagina dentata as we speak. Cybersecurity essentials. I feel like that would be common sensey, but that might also be good to attend. It's at 4:15 in Seminar A. Hey. All of the years that I've gone, I haven't seen Rubber Doll. Makes me sad, Panda. I'm a sad panda. I've met her 2 of the years and, like, hung out for a few, but I haven't actually seen her stage performance. I get very locked in at conventions, though. Like, once I'm at the booth, I'm at the booth. Case in point, almost all of the seminars are made for attendees. Records are about the same size as Laserdisc, depending on the speed, I suppose. Ah! Now I'm scared of both. And that's the end. I mean, that's a pretty packed weekend. Friday, I want to see one of the burlesque performances at the main stage, 5:45. And then there's the boudoir photography thing that I won't have to sneak out of because Rubber Doll is on Sunday too at 9:20. So it's pretty well split for little breaks. And there's bathrooms that, like, no one ever uses, except now that I've said this, I'm sure everyone's going to use them by the seminar halls. So it'll be really easy to take a little tinky break and just bebop on over there. I don't think there will be any like big information, like take every single note at the photography one, but I think there'll be at least a couple of things that I'll learn, like little tidbits and tricks. Everyone's mind works differently. It's helpful to pick at brains. Saturday, there's the 2 seminars I want to see at the same time about the state of the industry. And those are both at 4. I don't know how I'm going to figure that out. Like 30 minutes at one, like 30 minutes at another. Maybe I'll know someone that's going to one or the other, and then we can, like, compare notes. 7:30, there's a burlesque show I want to see. And then 8:10 is the AI one, which if it's, like, about how to use AI to grow in the industry, like, creating a fake version of yourself that works for the real version of yourself, I don't know if I'll stick around for it. I'll go back to the booth. But if it's good general information, then I'd like to know. And then Sunday is Rubber Doll at 3:30, and then the cybersecurity one at 4:15. Because you never know, and there's just things that you don't know because they've changed. The Women's Guide to a Convention Center, where the best bathrooms are. Yes. Well, I guess most conventions you can drink at. But this one, people drink a lot, and bathrooms get very messy, and all the girlies have to go at once, at least in the girls' bathroom. So not only is there usually a huge line for the main bathrooms, women are not very neat. We're not always as clean as maybe as neat and tidy in bathroom habits as you guys may be nuanced into believing if you've never lived with a woman. I don't know. But the girls' bathroom can get really gross. And I don't really want to be a part of that. I would honestly agree with that. Because I used to go in the men's bathroom with my dad when I was really, really little. Because it's just him. Like, you can't just leave your kids standing out in the hallway. And men's bathrooms, they get heavy traffic. With the exception being, like, the baseball troughs. The baseball field troughs. Men's bathrooms are generally exponentially cleaner than women's bathrooms. I don't know. I think it's really a shame thing. And hear me out on this. It sounds weird, but just hear me out. Men have no shame. So if you, like, get a little tinkle on something, it's like, oh, I'll wipe that up. It's fine. It's no big deal. Women have shame. So if we, like, pee on the seat, not saying I'm a seat peer, but, you know, you pee on the seat or something, it's like, oh, I can't believe I've done that. I must leave this environment so that I'm not a part of this mistake that I have made anymore. I think that's what it is men have no shame and women have shame. And that's why our bathrooms are messy, is because we're ashamed of being messy and we don't tidy it up. That hover pee, though, precisely. Precisely. I want my hoodie. It's going to be chilly walking out of the room. What is shame? Exactly. I don't know. I'm pretty shameless. If I make any kind of mess, I'm going to tidy it up. But I don't know. Women have no shame. And I think that's why girls' bathrooms are grosser than boys' bathrooms. Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Not that women have no shame, but they have shame. Well, that escalated quickly. Let's take a little horny bonk time out. No band hammer yet, but calm down, bro. Take 5. Goon Max, then come back with snacks. Get our go cam going. Oh no, not microphone only. Oh, taking it off airplane mode would probably help too. Usually the first 2 questions you ask, that's just common sense. That's just common decency and common knowledge, honestly. Let's get this connected. There should be plenty of battery for us. And if there's not, then we just weren't meant to do it. It's a good go-to snack. Probably just a granola bar. I'm not a very snacky girly. My favorite snack out of all snacks that could ever exist is really gross. But I don't really snack. If I feel like I'm gonna pass out, I eat a granola bar. So I think that counts. No, worse than a spoonful of hummus. Onions and mustard. That's where it's at. Onions and mustard. It's an unmatched combination. Raw onions and yellow mustard. I'm like drooling thinking about it. I'm salivating right now. It sounds so fucking good. Fuck the hot dog. Just give me the onions and mustard. It's so good. It's so bad. No, just yellow mustard. I'm a simple girl. Just yellow mustard. I could probably make like a fancy girly charcuterie board. And, you know, do different slices of onions with different flavors of mustard. But I'm not that fancy and I'm not that cool. Tank test us on both sides here. Red onion with gray poop. Oh, that actually sounds so good. Not gray poop. Gray poop on. I just interrupted myself at the end of the sentence. Gray poop. You know what I want to try doing soon is an onion boil. I've recently learned this exists and I want it. I want to try it. I made baked potatoes for the first time the other night. I hated baked potatoes when I was a kid and I got one, I don't know, with leftovers for something, you know, like a week and a half ago or so, and I actually liked the baked potato. So I tried baking some of my potatoes. I asked my dad how because I didn't know how to bake a potato because I've never baked potatoes before because I didn't like baked potatoes. And I made them perfect. They sounded so, they sounded so good. They turned out so good. I made 4 russet potatoes and I made 1 sweet potato, and I'm the best baked potato maker that ever was. Tank test is Gucci. Grey poupon and red onion actually sounds really good. Or like spicy mustard with Vidalia onions. That would be delicious. I'm gonna flip us around. We're gonna lose audio for a sec. I thought I was flipping us around. Why did you change? That's rude. I have to reset the source. How would you even make twice baked? Oh wait, twice baked potatoes is when the inside is all mushed up, right? I just made regular baked potatoes. It was my first attempt. I never liked them though, and now I finally do. My dad laughed when I asked him how he made baked potatoes, because I did Google it. But Google gives you a lot of answers. There are many ways to bake a potato. And I just want to know how he used to bake potatoes. And they turned out really good. I'm glad. I gotta redo this. Oh, not capitals. It's laughing at me. It says XD. That should work. Oh no. Come on, I only have so much phone battery. Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. That works. Okay. Much better. Much better. The executive chair is an empty seat tonight. My goodness. My goodness. Do I have pockets? Do not have pockets. I got distracted by fixing things. When I'm eating onions and mustard, it's the best time of my life. It's so fucking good. It's so nasty, but it's so good. I very, very interrupted myself. Choking on my own words. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A cottage fries? What would that be? I've never heard of that. Smoops, you ordered french fries from Wendy's and you got a baked potato. You got a french fry organic. You got organic french fries. Oh my goodness. What are cottage fries? I've never heard of this. Onions and bell pepper makes it sound like a skillet though. Years ago you heard a YouTuber, you referred to them as bash potatoes. What's your favorite phrase for them now? Bash potatoes. That's cute. That's cute! Oh, I was eating raw garlic last night. Tell you about hot mouth. I had like 5 cloves of garlic last night with dinner. I made some curry soup. Really just brothy curry. And I put the garlic in too late, and then I just opted to eat it raw, and it was so good. It was so nasty and so good. It was so good. I probably still have a hot mouth today from it. I chewed gum when I went out. Cottage fries would be sliced and pan fried. Oh, like cubed potatoes? Bashed potatoes. Are you a little bashed potato? I think it just sounds nasally to me. She's a little bashed potato. She's a little bashed potato. Just push it up my face. Ow, 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 you need your nails done. She's very sharp right now. It's very sharp. She's a sharp little kitty cat. Sharp little kitty cat. PB is over her milk phase. She's over her milk era. She doesn't want that anymore. She gets probiotic treats now. Because she's old enough for them, and she decided no more to the milk. Digestive health. She doesn't really get excited over treats yet, though. But it's only been a few days so far that she's been trying it. They're so big, we have to break them in half for you. Abadoo! She does not know what she's doing. She's so silly. PB! I gotta go tinky mama. Make a little bit more coffee, too. Little peebaroons. It sounds so good, but it's potatoes, so of course it sounds good. She got me, like, right in the middle of my clavicle. And that was unfortunate. It was very unfortunate. You spent all morning having your hands and forearms eaten by a labradoodle. Ong, 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 ong. Ringo still does that, and it's so freaking annoying. I love him, but I wish he would just stop. He doesn't do like the mean, well, he never did mean mouthies. He doesn't do the annoying puppy mouthies. He just wants to literally gum on your limbs. Like, wah, 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 wah. Just soft gum on your limbs. And it's so, it's not my favorite thing in the world. I wouldn't change a thing about him. But if I could, it might be that. You didn't hear it from me, though. You didn't hear it from me. I'm hoping I can retest him within the next week and get him signed up for the next round of classes. Because I'm so excited for him to go to school, and I want him to go to school. I want to go to school with him. PB, are you crawling under my butt? What are you doing? I got a tinky. I'm not going to tinky on you. Weirdo. Weirdo. Weirdo behavior. Hey, Gunther. I forgot to mute the music, Jeeves. I'm bored. I'm bored.
Grocery store almost.
Emily Elizabeth.
Where are you, honey? Here I am. You know, I'm beginning to understand how Clifford must feel, living in that small backyard with not much room to move.
I've been thinking that too. As hard as we try to make Clifford comfortable here, there's just too much room, not enough space.
Then he'd have lots of room, and we could build a great big doghouse.
Actually, we had something else in mind.
All the room you need. And I'm pretty happy here too. Story time! You want to hear a Speckle story, don't you? I thought so. He's your favorite. Today's story is Speckle and the whole team. Speckle and his friends were going to play one of their favorite games, volleyball. They had a perfect place set up their net. And then it was time to choose teams. But Speckle, Reba, and Darnell had one side, and Bella and Luna on the other.
Hey, girl.
So they decided to try.
Hey, mommy.
Then again,
You trying to go get your boyfriend, Voya?
no matter how many
You are so funny playing with his tail. It was the cutest thing I've ever seen in my whole damn life. In my whole dang life, I got more coffee. More coffee.
how could they play so that the teams would have the same number of players, they wondered. Then Speckle thought of
Phoebe, you must grace me with your cuteness, and then we must put together Saturday Harley. Little racer Harley. Little roller skate Harley. Yes. I have like 2 loads of laundry to put away in the closet, and I don't know if I want to do that tonight or not. I was motivated to do that earlier, not so much now. They should make cat coffee. That would be cute. How we have cat weed, catnip. Now they make the little kitty treat like sucker pops, all the different things. How do we invent this? I mean, they don't need more Zoomy, so no caffeine. How do we invent this? Is Gunther talking to you? Gunther isn't a fan. No, he's not. Did like that Voya made a beeline for PB's food though? Oh, if there's food, Voya knows where it is. Voya is the food king. He is the food king. He is unbothered if he is eating. He's a hungry man. Hungry man meals. Give me that butt. Oh, I startled you. I'm sorry. Sometimes I play a little too fast for her, and she's like, oh, gotta get out of here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Peeps. I think that's Gunther by the door. Yep. That's Gunther. That's Papa Gunther. Papa Gunther, that's a baby. That's a baby. It's a baby. Aww. I was holding her at the door and he's grumping. Oh, I thought he was still stretched up. Gunther, it's a baby. Look at the baby. Gunther, look at the baby. I don't think he's going to again, and she wants out of my arms. He's so silly at that door. I think they really like her new kitten food is very stinky. Like it smells like fish. It's very stinky. And I think they're very excited by the idea of that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be. Plus kittens, BB. It's a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. You're just ever fascinated by Gunther? I don't do 2 shows, Gunther. It's too old for this shit. One show only. Bloop, bloop. Yeah, come on the other side, I think. Yep. Bloop, bloop. I think her tinky issues are all cleared up, which I appreciate, but we're leaving the potty pads up just in case. Because I value this furniture, and it would be hard to scrub. You don't want to do that again. Just trying to get Gunther. You know, I'm here. I'm exciting. I'm your mother. But no, Gunther. I don't blame you. I love Gunther too. I love him too. I put on Clifford the Big Red Dog for her earlier, and big mistake, because I forgot how much I loved Clifford. I'm getting locked in by right now. I forgot how much I loved Clifford when I was younger, because, you know, it's a big red dog, and I always wanted a big dog. I should have named Ringo Clifford in hindsight, but I thought it sounded stupid, and he doesn't really seem like a Clifford, but he is a big dog. But I remember the theme song, and I've had it stuck in my head all day. All day. All day. I had to run out earlier and I had to put on the radio so I could get another song temporarily stuck in my head. I got some Doja Cat stuck in my head instead. But now I'm back to Clifford needed Emily. Da 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 da. Over and 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 over. Mer! Mer mer! Gunther speaks. Clifford and Emily Elizabeth. I saw a meme the other day that was like, there's no excuse to surrender your pets. Emily Elizabeth had Clifford and he grew to be 30 feet tall and she still made it work. And, well, I mean, sometimes medical reasons or some very serious life changes, you have no other choice, which is sad. That's just the state of the world we live in. Hi, sweetie. But I feel like it rings true for many moments in life. The coffee is good. The coffee is instant. The coffee is good. Gotta brain worm it out. I think I need to change the show. Because otherwise I'm going to keep hearing it and it's going to get stuck over and over and over and over. And over. Gunther's trying to jump in. There's nowhere to jump into. Gunther is desperado for the kitten food. It really is stinky though. Like, I get it. It makes the room smell a little fishy. It's kind of gross. It's kind of really gross. But it's for a sensitive stomach. So hopefully it'll help her little poopies. I don't know. It's so stenchy. The drawer stinks. It's Purina Pro Plan. Say that 5 times fast. It's hard to say. Kitten. Sensitive skin and stomach. Salmon and rice formula. So essentially the same food Pippi eats, but in kitten form. It's very stinky. Very stinky. Very stinky. You're lucky you're not at Grandpa's house. He wouldn't tolerate stinky food. He changed Daisy's kitten food because he didn't like that it smelled like fish. My dad's very sensitive to smells like that. He doesn't like fish smells. Not many people do, but there's a difference between like gagging to it and just being bothered by it. Beebs! She does not know a name yet. What did I do to get her to come by me earlier? Oh, I meowed at her. Meow? 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 She's too distracted by Gunther. I was meh. Oh, Gunther thinks I'm talking to him. No. Mama? I love you, baby. I love you, baby. Ma? Mama? Oh my god, what are you doing? It's closed. She can't get through there. Peeves. She's desperate to get to them boys. I feel like salmon is pretty fishy too. It is. It's pungent. It's a pungent fish. Salmon and catfish are the stinkiest fish that I can think of at the moment. You can go get them. You can go get them. Oh my goodness. She is ready to explore. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna have her hang out with. I'm debating having Void in with her for a little bit. I want to talk to my vet first about the coronavirus and figure out what any negatives of exposure would be. But I don't want her to just get to the point that she's big enough to be out in the house and have never socialized really with the other cats before. I've had Pippi in here with her. She did well with Voya, but those are all small and temporary situations. But I keep forgetting. I want to talk to my vet about having Void in with her so that she can have a friend and kind of understand what's going on. Void and Slavka have the most hilarious dynamic now. Like, Void adopted her as her child, and it's so funny. It's so very cute and sweet. Slavka is so nice to her. Gunther, did you poke your head up a little bit? He does the little creeper neighbor creep. Wilson. Call Gunther Wilson. Are you taking a break or are you coming around? Oh, you found a ball. You don't abandon it. That's your ball. Don't abandon it. Where'd it go? It's still here. Doop. Doop. You're sitting on it. You laid an egg. Peeps. She's such a little squirrel. She's such a little squirrel. She doesn't mind Pippi at all. She was a little sketched out by her at first, and then she just went on her merry way about it. She did well with Chauncey when she was in with Chauncey, too. So she knows more about dogs than she does about cats, which is helpful in the future. But I want to make sure that she's nice to the other cats. She's going to be a permanent resident. You want to be a nice lady. You've got to be a nice lady. Pippi and Chauncey are both slow movers, though. It'd be interesting to see how she is around Ringo, who's kind of a slow mover. He's a medium mover, but is big. And Diesel, who's fast and zoomy. Tiger really just wants to follow the leader with Pippi everywhere. He's in love with Pippi. They love each other. I think Pippi loves him more than she loved Chauncey, to be honest, which is sad but beautiful. But you did not mind Pippi. You were a little sketched out at first. Oh yeah, we gotta do your nails. You're gonna rip one out. They're too long. They're too long. You're the baby babe. I feel like Pippi is the perfect dog for introducing to cats, though, because she's just a slow AT-AT. She moves with intention and purpose. It isn't very big energy about anything in the world anymore. Bloop. Bloop. You guys did well together, though. You did. You did. She's not big on chasing things inside of the tunnel. She makes me feel stupid. She wants to use the tunnel as an obstacle. It's like her little Vietnam trench. Oh, I was gonna your butt, and then you moved it the last minute. Sorry. You're such an adept hunter. You're an apex predator. You missed. She's using the sound of where it falls on here to predict where she needs to go. She's smart. You're a smart cookie. Oh, now it's gone. It's under the chair. Oh, no, it's back out of the chair. You got it. And we're over. And we're over. I could spectate this all day. Oh my god, I don't want to spectate you eating your ass. That's not pleasant. That's not pleasant. Bibby is an AT-AT. Gotta keep the rebel scum from her. Away from her, or they'll trip her up. Exactly. I don't know. I don't know any other way to like describe her general motion other than she just walks places. I don't know. You know how like old people get to a certain point in life where, you know, they just have all the time in the world for everything. They're not rushing through the supermarket. I mean, granted, they can't walk very fast anyway, but you know, you're moving with intention. You're taking time to read the labels. You're comparing, you know, is this worth the 20 cents more than the other product, etc. That's the phase that Pippi's at in life. She just moves through it with slow intention. Dog ever. I really think so. He's there when you call. I love Clifford, the big red dog. This is gonna drive me insane. I need to change this. I'm gonna have a mental breakdown. It's such a sweet show and I love it, but for some reason the theme song is just eating away at me. Emily. I know it too well. And it's getting stuck. I love Clifford, the big red dog. I guess I can't turn my camera around because I have stuff in the way of it. Peebs, take over. I found a Land Before Time channel. Let's put that on. Clifford's Carnival. Would it be in my history? It's farm. It's cows in a cow farm. Meh-eh. Meh-eh-eh-eh-eh. Land Before Time. Oh, not Land Between the Lakes. Land Before Time. I pressed the wrong button. Gunther, don't hiss at her. Land Before Time. Where's the live of that? There. Spike. Okay, you can learn about dinosaurs now. Gunther, you're such a hissy boy. Alright, Gunther's stressing out Voya by hissing while I'm in here. So I need to get them situated and then I'm going to bebop us down to the closet. When Voya goes in for his next anti-inflammatory shot, I'm going to start him on, what is it, the HPC shot that helps with behavioral issues. Even though some Land Before Time songs have seeped into your brain, you still prefer the first one? Land Before songs. Oh my goodness. Land Before Time was so good. I don't think I do remember this one. They're being chased by all of the bugs. They're with Chomper. This is my favorite one. It's very big, 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 big water. It's very, very big, 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 big water. I'm gonna watch this forever. This is hard to unlock from. Chomper. Chomper. Okay, I gotta stop. I'm mature. I'm a grown-up. I can do things in life. Kind of. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Alright, Peebs, I love you. Voya, it's okay. Let me get you situated. I might put stuff downstairs before I haul us downstairs, because this is a lot in arms at one time. If something gets auto-modded, I won't see it in chat while we're on the go. I can only see it when I'm at my PC. Where's Gunther? Where's Zeke? Zeke! or you're laying in bed. You're so cute, honey. I know. You don't like being carried. You don't like being carried. I know. Executive chair. Executive chair. Boya, turn around. Thank you. I love you, good daddy. I love you, Zekers. Legend of the Zeker. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on, Stinky. Boya. Come on. Boya. Come here. Boy. You just have to guilt trip him. Boya, I miss you and I love you. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, oh. How many Land Before Time sequels are there? I don't think that's one of them, though. I don't know how many sequels there even are. I remember up to like 4 or 5. Boy, you're gonna be in charge for a sec while Mom plops this downstairs. You gotta finalize Harley. You got work to do tonight. Hello, Tigra. Tiger Woods! It's my birthday! Basement door open. Basement door closed. Closet door open. Closet door closed. Basement door open. Basement door closed. I don't know why I thought I needed to bring my coffee down. I don't think I was bringing coffee down. I was wrong. I was wrong. Stay. Turn around. Oh my boy, oh boy, you have a song for you now. Hello, Stinky Boy. I love you so much. I love you so much. You have the cutest little cheeks. I girl love. Okay. This is scary territory for me because I don't back it up. I don't try on cosplays before conventions because I firmly believe that you do the best work. Not you, but me. In crunch time, so if something needs to be altered, it's like a last minute fix, and it is what it is, and it'll be how it'll be, and I accept it for what it is. Therefore, I'm not too focused on the perfection part of it. But these shouldn't be pieces that I have to alter, so it should be okay. Because it's already pre-put pieces. I just don't know how I want to put them together. Hi, Charlie Bear. We'll figure it out. Some combination of the 5,000 things that I brought out before. There's so much laundry to put away. So much. It's 2 loads of laundry, probably 3 loads, but I overfilled the washer. I chronically overfill the washer. I'm gonna lose chat for a second. I wanna put on music. Music. Covers no copyright. Playlist is live. Okay, now I got you guys back. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be panicking at the last minute on Saturday. Plop us up over here. Bum. This was idea number 1. I think. I'm just stuffing the baskets. I care not. If I decide the last minute I want to be don't want to be Barbie, then I'm gonna do the Slytherin one. I think this was 1. What does her actual outfit look like, canon? I forgot. You catch me. So between the movie, just bodysuit and stars. I don't have a helmet. But I don't look good in helmets. That's a cute version. I like how she put that together. I want the comic inspo though. That's comic inspo roller derby Harley. I don't know what I was gonna pair this with. The bottoms? Trust me, I know how it feels to be waiting. Sometimes I don't think I like this, even though I want to do the stars. I don't think it translates how I want it to. I think I was going to do that separate. But I could do this under this with the jersey. Or these with the jersey. So it'd be more like a mix between the two, but like canon to comic. Versus these two would be more canon to, very lightly canon anyway, to the most recent movie. Let's try these. I'm gonna flip the camera while I switch. Enjoy my Funko Pops. Harry Potter and Lucy from Fairy Tale, and Rapunzel and Lara and Naruto. Funkos! Yes. Those are the only other like figurines, action figures that I have. And I didn't go crazy on those. Those are all series that I love. I love Naruto, I love Tomb Raider, I love Fairy Tale, it's one of my favorite animes. I love Harry Potter. And I love Rapunzel. The Rapunzel one I was really happy to find. She's cool. This little Punzi. I don't know where this is actually showing up because the camera is flipped. Punzi. She got the little flowers in her hair. I'm reflecting in Punzi, which is creepy. I don't know where that was. I can just go over there now. My skunk. This was one of the few things I took from my grandma's house when my dad and I were cleaning it out. My mom's mom. This was a garden decoration, but this was my pet skunk when I was and I dropped him, of course, when I was a little kid, and he's my prized possession. That's my skunk. That's my pet skunk. He's a lawn ornament. Oh, and the Saber Demon. I forgot about him because he's big. Doom. I'm making a mess in all of everything here. I can't crawl around anymore. Cyber Demon. He's probably my second most prized Funko, next to Punky. I built these shelves, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. I built them and painted them. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your plastic hair. Fairy Tale actually went on for a pretty long time compared to like regular TV. In terms of anime, it barely had a run. But there are quite a few episodes, if you consider it in like normal TV standards. They're very good shelves. They hold things. I guess technically this is like a bed frame platform. I built that too. I built that. This closet was like my home improvement era. It was so nice. It's so nice. I think I would want red for this leg. I don't think it really matters at this point, but Serena the Carpenter. Yes, indeed. Okay, let me rephrase that. This was built before I was brave enough to use a saw myself. So I measured and put everything together and drilled things in, but I didn't actually cut the wood. Let me rephrase that for clarity, so I don't seem too cool. I got brave enough to use a saw by myself in 2022? The fall of 2022, I think. That's when I convinced myself that I can do this and I won't die. And it's true. I did it and I didn't die. I'm still here today. This I really like the idea of, but I don't think it's going to work because the bodysuit is a little bit baggy and that's kind of not the point. I don't know. If it's baggy when you first put it on, it'll only get baggier through the night. Oh, that looks weird. It's cute, but it wouldn't work. The way I have it with tights, it makes my crotch look funny. It looks like I have a, what's the word? A camel toe. Because it has snaps, like at the bottom. It works nicely conceptually, but just standing, I put a mirror over here. It looks really funny because of where the snaps are. And it's also not as fitted as I would like it to be. Because that means if it's this big now, by the end of the night, it's going to be like stretched. It's cute though, but it looks fine from that angle, but in the mirror, it looks like I'm in toddler clothes. I don't know. Some mix between toddler clothes and camel toe. It does not work as I intended. I do like the tights though. I wonder. It looks so cute. I think it'd be cute to wear on stream. It works on camera, but not in person. I find it so interesting that so many things are like that. A lot of things look good in both, but some things specifically look better on stream or look better on camera. I don't know if that's like position control or camera control or what it is. The white borders are so cute on it. I love that bodysuit. It just does not do what I wanted it to do. Sadly. Sadly. This one though, maybe. This one always makes me nervous. It has like a bra strap clasp for the crotch part, and I always feel like I'm gonna get pinched. This one I know is tight. Maybe will work. Oh, you know what? I underestimated this. This is the winner so far. Granted, it's only the second one we tried on, and the first one was a loser. But if it's zipped, get in there. Then we have the cute little hands off. If it's unzipped, then I have the stars that I wanted. I might do white fishnets over, because it's kind of too much dark all in one. White fishnets over these. I think my white fishnets are in the wash. Hi, Charlie. Where are these to C2E2? But I can try them for a sec. I threw my laundry into the cosplay. Oopsies. The red and black shorts are in the other pile of laundry. I have another pair of red and black shorts I can test with. Those would be where. Those would be where. Where? I don't know. How do you have two pairs of red and black shorts? You can't find either of them. Hablarg. I knew I should have done closet maintenance before trying this on. That's okay. No, it's not in that bucket. Bucket. This is why my closet gets so messy, because this is how I search for things. Oh, they are in here. Okay. And then I just do that. That's how my closet gets so messy. I want to try this with a couple of other details first. Unless this just does enough, because Chicago, I don't know. Why not wear a jersey? Ow. And punch things. I don't know if I like that or not, but it still needs more. Let me try this a little different. Awesome. Thank you. I do like how this is coming together. This was the look that I was the least sure about. I was like, this isn't going to happen. Clothes are in the basket, technically. Mission accomplished. Exactly. I win. I win at life. I think the waistline is going to look funny when I put the white fishnets over. Which is why I wanted to find the shorts. I feel like if you have a really long torso, it looks nice when the top of the fishnets, like the waist part, is exposed. But if you have a short torso like I do, it looks weird as fuck. This is the true definition of closet cosplay right now. Like, because I'm putting random pieces together and because we're in my closet. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'm over it now. So much layers. It's ogres and onions. Ogres and onions. Ow, sorry. That was loud and unpreventable. Okay. How weird is this? I didn't mirror check it before I stream checked it. Oh, actually, that doesn't look weird at all. I kind of look cool. I look like a superhero. I need a cape. I think I like this. I wish there was more red. My nice red push-up bra is upstairs. Instead of the black bra, I'm gonna wear the red bra for it, I think. For makeshift. Just tuck it in. Just tuck it in. Okay, that's not how it will look, but it does look. That looks hilarious. Red at the top fixes everything, and then roller skates. So far, this is the winner. I think. Does it make my butt look weird? No. And I might do this one over a black bra. Otherwise, I'll just do my plain red bra. Ha ha ha! Alright, one more just because why not exhaust all options? But so far, this one wins. And then these socks with it to go with my roller skates. Next is Super Sporty Spice. I mean, Super Sporty Harley, if we want to go completely away from anything canon and like anything canon from the movie and Frou Frou Lala from the comics. This one is the closest to the movie I'll get without actually buying that costume. There's so many layers. It's ogres and onions. I just realized my tights are inside out. So I need to wash these fishnets. Because these were just worn last weekend. Or the weekend before last. Oopsies. Didn't realize my tights were inside out. I don't think we can tell though that the same right side in is inside out. Just one side has a seam. Super Sporty Harley. With black fishnets. Where's the fishnet? I think these are the ones that I want. Or I could do my ripped tights too. Oh, let me see if I like it just like this. If I don't like it like this in layout, then I won't like it no matter what the tights are. See, to me this just looks weird. I still need to change the top half, but the fishnets above, like, it makes me look so squat versus just tucking it in. And then I'm long again. It's shrinking. That looks like a normal torso. With the fishnets, it's too much. I got like 2 inches of ribs and it's weird looking. It's weird. You always want what you can't have, and I want what the tall girlies have, a long torso. I got the legs, I just need the torso. This is cute, but not like roller skates cute. It doesn't fit the vibe. It's cute, but it doesn't fit the vibe. Unless it gets super extra perfectly sporty. Imagine you have blue roller skates on. If I really feel like being creative and unique on Saturday and just something entirely different, then that's cute and it works. I think I like the other one a lot better though. This is still passably okay. The first one is a no. This is passably okay. But I like the other version the most. I think that's what I want to go with. I think. Maybe I will just bring my jersey for funds though. My Harley jersey. Because we're a sporty city. Okay, back to gremlin clothes. I do like it with all the red. That's why I think I might include the jersey for the other look. Even though it looked weird at first, I think it'll work with more red on top. I don't know. But if I really feel weird, sometimes I feel weird about getting creative. Like I overthink it at the last second of like, oh no, this is too creative, it's gonna look weird, it's not gonna make sense, and then I wear something that's more dumbed down. And if that's how I feel the day of, then I'll wear this. Otherwise, I want to wear the other one. I like the other one, but sometimes I just overthink it at the last minute. I think that's a pretty common human problem, though. I don't think I'm a special snowflake with that one. All right, laundry. You are my bitch tomorrow for Serena Day. You are my bitch tomorrow. I don't want to put all this away tonight. I'm going to try to pop on for a little bit on Thursday before the convention. But we'll be sporadic this weekend again. I need to read through Kick's TOS. If I'm going to stream at all, it'll just be on Kick this weekend. For reasons, aka boobies. But I need to reread the TOS and see what's allowed in what settings. Like, for instance, you can't have your pasties showing in bikinis, but if you're body painting, you can be full titties out with pasties on, But like flesh colored pasties. So there's still rules to it. And I might just end up emailing them and asking, like, hey, I'd like to stream an adult convention. Everything will be covered, but the context will not necessarily be safe for work. Is that allowed? Etc. They did it! These are my Ivy shoes. Probably could, like, glue leaves or something on them. I never thought about that. Wonder if I could do, like, booby tape leaves. If I just used adhesive, they would probably fall off by the end of the night, but that would be cute. Someone will make fun of me for having, like, leafy hobbit feet, though. I can see it already. Oops. That part of the song is how it just felt floating around. Yay! We have decided, Harley. I probably just scared Gigi. We have Barbie and Miss Draconius Malfoy. I don't know. What would my name be if I was Draco Malfoy? Wigs all weekend because I'm not dealing with my hair. Harley, Barbie, or Slytherin? Ivy. Oh, my hoodie. That's what I'm forgetting. Yay! I'm excited. Seminars are planned, all packed, outfits are ready to go. I don't know who I am this year, but I like her. I enjoy her. I would have liked her to be here all of these years in my life of conventioning. She's organized. She's doing good. I'm pretty shocked. I've never felt this prepared. Very proud of that. I always get paranoid about the cats breaking in there because all the strings. Hello, Void. I love you, mamas. Go and smooch Tank and give him a snack real quick. Didn't see Tank in a while. Well, you guys haven't. I see him every day. I'm privileged. I'm privileged to be privy to the Tank. Hello, Stinky Boy. He needs a new scratch pad. His is wearing out so bad. He's scripping it everywhere. Hi. Oh, your YouTube stuff. Mommy fix. Okay. The steroid shot he got, which you have to be careful with cats and steroids when they have FIV. They are more sensitive to them. And they're just more sensitive in general. Hi, silly boy. But the steroid shot he got is doing so much more than what the, not Librela, the Silencia, his other osteoarthritis shot was doing. As long as it stays healthy for him and he doesn't, like, have any liver issues or whatever the sort from it, I think I'd like to keep him on that one. Because watch, he's going to bite me in 2 seconds, but I'm petting the butt. I'm petting the butt. He's letting me pet the butt, which is quite... Hi, handsome. I guess we have 2 musics going right now, and that's kind of mentally a lot. Tank. Who'd have ever thought we could do this? So you have to tell your friend upstairs that he doesn't need to wait 4 or 5 more years to want to come inside like you. He can just do it now. Why can't you tell him? Why can't you tell him? Gigi's making awesome progress too. She comes all the way up to me. Her little routine now is I go in there, I make her snack. She eats her snack immediately as I sit down. And then she looks at me for a while, like I'm stupid or something. Just from the distance of the carrier, but not in the carrier. And then she goes in the carrier for a couple of minutes. And then she comes out of it and sits at the end of the tent and just stares at me. Sometimes does slow blinks, but just stares at me like, what are you, alien creature? And it's hilarious. It's hilarious. I feel like she's within a couple of I would say within 2 years I'll be able to touch her. And that's a long timeline, but that's okay. I'm not focused on touching her. I just want to be able to feed her and be able to get close enough, you know? If she needs to go to the vet for anything, her safe place is already her carrier, so you just gotta wait till she's in there for it, which will be kind of annoying, but also easy peasy. That she likes to go in there, but she's so funny. And then I walk out of the room, and she darts her head out, because at some point she'll go back into her carrier. She darts her head out from it, like, where are you going? How dare you leave me? I am the center of the universe. So, I mean, in her, like, physical spirit, she is not yet a house cat. But in her mind's eye, she's house catting. And I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud. I'm very proud. I study you. Yes, exactly. Like, she's just, like, taking mental notes of, like, your nose is there, your eyeballs are there, your eyebrows are there, your arm goes this way and does hands. I haven't gotten her to sniff my fingers for anything yet, but if I have the empty thing of true, or the Temptations by me, I just call it the Temptations True, because it's less letters. She'll come up and sniff at it. So I'm hoping at some point soon I can, like, hover over from the top, or, like, through the door, and then be able to hand feed her that way. I should not have tried that with Guy Fieri, but that's okay. He scratched my tattoo perfectly. He stabbed his nail, like, pretty hard inside of my teardrop. Which, that's not his fault. That's my fault. I was being overly optimistic and underly cautious. It's not his fault. Hello, Mr. Tank. He's a beautiful pretty boy. He's a happy man. You just want your snacks. You're just pandering for snacks. That's all it is. Alright, snack man. Mommy wants to play some games. You did so good. You didn't do anything, but you did so good. I gotta squeeze it so you can have it. Temptationes. 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 It's his favorite. Snack attack tank. Snack attack tank. Mr. Tank of Royalty. The Royal Tank. In his kingly bed. I need to change the comforter he barfed on it earlier. Like, thanks, bro. Today was a PB nap time, though, so I didn't have to deal with it earlier. I just gotta deal with it tomorrow. How do I carry all this? There. Hello, Charlie Bear. You are right and at the ready. Hello, Miss Void. Void is such a nice cat. She's still scared of everyone but me. But she's such a nice cat. She's such a good girl. And she's so nice to Slavka, which is hard for other kitties to do sometimes. Excuse me, mamas. Excuse me, mamas. And turn the extra lights off there. Yeah, stay. Tiger's out. Unless I'm supervising them, I'll have them out together. But the kitties are free roaming while I'm having my morning and evening naps. So they're not confined down anymore. We have a system now. I have a system. We have a system. That's been for a few weeks though. I just don't know if I shared it. Despite the mess that the kitchen is, I have gotten a lot done. Feels much more calm here than it has felt in a while, which I appreciate. Hence how I found the toaster that's not a toaster. The toaster with the moster. The moster Xbox games. I still can't believe I found the Doom that started it all. Like, oh my god, I'm keeping that till I'm dead. Bury me with it. That is so neat. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. I'm gonna grab my coffee. Coffee! Coffee! Tiger baby! Baby! Hello, monkey. Hello, monkey. Coffee is out here? Question mark. Oh, it is out here. It's just not where I usually put it. I can't believe I was an Xbox gamer either because I can't use an Xbox for shit. The controller is not friendly to my brain. It is not. It is not. I think honestly I was just looking around on Craigslist for either console. Was Doom even for the PS3? I don't know why it wouldn't have been. Let me flip this back over. Like, what motivated me to get an Xbox? Was it just the price? It was cheap. I bought it from a kid. Like, somewhere between the ages of, like, 11 and 13. I bought the Xbox from a kid. Because their mom was making them sell it to save up to buy a new console. Like, she was doing good parenting. So I, 16 or 17-year-old Serena, bought her Xbox from a kid. It was released for the PS3. But I didn't have a PS3 at the time either. I guess Xbox was just the cheapest thing I found on Craigslist. I don't know. I only knew it as a PC game too because that's how my dad played it. Some grandparents probably bought it for the kid. Probably. And plug this in. Is this done charging? It's not lit up anymore. It should turn rainbow when it's done charging. You're not turning rainbow. I don't actually remember how this works. It does still work. It turned rainbow. So what was the app for it? You remember that story? It's one I tell dear to my heart. The Instax Share was the old app. This would be the mini link. There might be film in it. I don't know. I don't know much. And that's okay. There's not much that I need to know. Allow to pair. Okay. Allow full access. Allow. Update app. One of my very unserious gripes in life is when I re-download an app that's gone to the cloud or whatever. It's offloaded itself. And then I open it and it needs to be updated. Like, why didn't you just re-download the latest version? That's me in my head when I have to do that. But no, you know I love you, coffee. I love me too. But I think I love my coffee more. The instant coffee is killing it today. It's delicious. And do a test print. So much private policy. Just let me print my stupid little pictures. I don't know much, but I know I love you, Jenny. I know I love my coffee. Simple print, I think, was the button that I wanted. Here, before I go to print it. Say cheese, Club Cult. Wait, we gotta open the PlayStation so it's real. So you know it's real. There, it's open in the second window. You guys will see when I take the picture. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Oh wait, I'm hiding myself. 3, 2, 1, cheese quesadilla. All right, let's see how this wants to still work. There might still be film in it. I don't know. That I need to find out more than anything. I'm just using you guys as my guinea pigs right now. My guinea piglies. It's a little slow because it's doing a lot, I think. Oh, it should have 7 out of 10 prints left. It says at the top. Club Gold, are you ready to be immortalized? Should just be the print button. Can't have guinea pigs, there's too big already. Guinea pigs are so cute, but other than maybe a rat again, and like a beardy someday, when I'm much more settled, because they're fragile little buddies, I don't have any desire to have small animals. Advocate for them, yes, but no desire to have them. We'll see how we print. You don't need to shake it, it just needs to sit out. Alright, that was easy. As long as the film is still good, because that's been in there for a year. And I guess put it back on the charger just so it's charging. One of the other batteries has charged. I don't think I'm going to use that one, but I'm curious if it works, you know? You know? Kind of want a hedgehog. Hedgehogs are so cute. I don't blame you for that. They're so adorable. They're adorable. They're so cute and danger fluffy. Where's my USB? There we go. Now everything's plugged in that needs to be plugged in. Good drinkies for ya beans. Get comfy, get cozy, get doomy. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Sing the doom song. Sing the doom song. I need to message the person that I met at C2E2 about the Doom Girl emote. Maybe redo the Pippi Pirate one. I realized earlier mine isn't very good. I think my emotes are the shit. I think they're the bee's knees when I make them, and then I look at them later and I'm like, this looks like a child went into MS Paint. I don't know which way I'm moving this. Not that way. At some point I'll have two arms. There we go. If it's overcast, it can be doom and gloom. Next year for C2E2, I'll be doom and gloom. Be like a kawaii doom guy with like a little teardrop painted and an umbrella. So that's where my creative brain goes. And then I realize I come up with cosplays that 1, don't translate, 2, are incredibly difficult, and 3, really don't make much sense at all and probably would not be understood by the general public. It's great. It's great. Doom. Swaps categories. Oh, no, that's not passcode. That's passcode. Twitch. Being Doom Guy is pretty tough to start off with, right? I wouldn't want to be him, even though I'm about to be him. I wouldn't want to actually be him. Actually, factually. I mean, like, I'll cook dinner for Doom Guy to come home to, but I don't want to be Doom Guy. Doom, doom, doom. Okay. Welcome, AW Chris. Can I be your wife? Sure, why not? It's just easier that way, right? No, you don't want to be my husband. What if I'm an axe murderer? You don't know anything about me. What if I'm an axe murderer? You just wake up dead one day. What would you serve Doom Guy after a long, hard day of demon slaying? Oh god, that's a good question. A lot of meat. Or maybe not. Maybe he would be a vegetarian because he deals with, like, bloody, gory flesh all day. Would Doom Guy be a vegetarian, do we think? I was thinking, like, manly, like meat and potatoes at first. But, you know, like, he sees so much flesh all day long. Maybe he doesn't want that. A nice stew. A nice stew. I think that would be my answer. I mean, you can put a ring on it, but I might put an axe on it. We just don't ever know. It's the next top Netflix show. So I married an axe murderer. On this, oh fuck. On this episode of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I forgot that we left off at a boss. So we now have an impromptu torture night that I didn't intend for, but is happening, and We're just rolling with it. Just like we're rolling with whatever my floofs is doing. We're just gonna do our best. I think Doom Guy would like a nice stew. Maybe sushi. A nice stew or sushi. Although I don't know how to make sushi. I would have to order it early and refrigerate it carefully and present it beautifully. A chili? Oh, he might like some spice of life. That's not spice of demon. I don't know. I do know we're probably not getting many places with the shotgun. Nut shots for life. If it has a head, its head is his weak spot. So where's his head? There's a fire in his rockets. A little too close. And missing. And getting hit. Not actually though. Oh, he's stomping on me. He reminds me so much of the frog boss from Spyro. So much. Did I pull it up on YouTube last time we played, or did I just talk about it? Miss. I need to be better at maintaining health through this. Like, what is he doing that's truly damaging me? That's missable. That's kind of dodgeable. He went places. There you are. No, don't lock onto me. Okay, so that locks onto you. And now I'm dead. Imtas. Times. Wait, you figured his Doom Guy is probably a gamer? Steady diet of Funyuns and Mountain Dew? I could see that. I mean, Funyuns would be easy on the go. It'd be very easy on the go. I'm not 38, but I am excited for when I turn 42 in like a good odd 10 years. I feel like 42 will be an excellent age. I'll know everything. I feel like it will be an excellent age. Just gotta get the gamer boys some mustard to go with their Funyuns. And then they're halfway to Serena level of greatness. I want this while I'm learning. Okay, so that we should jump over. And don't walk in those. And don't get hit by his rockets. He can only shoot so many at a time. Don't step in the spots. And don't get hit by those. And don't get rushed by him. There's a lot to do here. He mad. What's the laser thing that he shoots out? Does he have to be at like half health to do it? 136. Mother trucker. Oh, I think he was just hurt. That would have been a good opportunity, and I wasted it. He was maimed. It hurt him plenty. Let me get the ammo. To get the ammo! Oh, it was not worth it to get the ammo. It was not worth it to get the ammo. I did think of burritos. I just didn't say it out loud. I don't know about Chipotle, though. I've never been to Chipotle. When you turn 42, you'll finally know how to pronounce all the names in the Hitchhiker's Guide. I look forward to that day. I look forward to that day deeply. Very deeply. Continue. What would Chipotle sauce be? I don't think I've had that. I don't do mild spicy. I do no spicy or big spicy. Chipotle sounds like it would be mild spicy. I've had Southwest potato salad and that's mild spicy. I don't know. I don't think that would do it for Doom Guy. After all those days, all those hours shooting demons in the nuts. This is not well strategized. I really think I was supposed to pick up the BFG at some point and just didn't. No, okay, the lasers do lock on me. Let me get the ammo. Mine. No! I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Chipotle is the roasted jalapeno. Jalapenos aren't very spicy to me anymore. I feel like that would be mild spicy. It depends on the person though. My dad's not a big spicy person and jalapeno is like spice of spice to him. Kebab is better. My dad used to make such good shish kebabs. Kebabs are so fun and nice and easy because you can make them veggie style and just throw them on the grill with everything else. And it's so easy. It's so easy. Did I get my beauty from my dad? Yes, actually, absolutely. If you look at like baby pictures of both of us, we look like the exact same person. And I was always so weirded out when I was a little kid, and people would say like, "You look just like your dad," and I'm like, "I look like a balding man." Excuse me? But now that I've seen baby pictures of my dad, yeah, I looked exactly like him. We would have passed as twins, which is pretty crazy. But I also had a boy haircut until I was like, I don't know, 5 or 6. I didn't grow any hair until I was 2, so I was a bald baby. That's, I think, new Serena lore that you guys didn't know about me. I didn't grow hair until I was 2. So all those, like, flowery, frou-frou-la-la, like, lacy headbands that you put on, like, little girls, I wore those religiously. Because my godmother thought that people were gonna think I was a boy otherwise. Because my dad dressed me in dinosaur shirts. No! Not the lasers. The lasers are bad. But my godmother was obsessed with the idea of people not thinking I was a boy. But I get it. She couldn't have kids. Like, she wanted to have kids. I was like her fake daughter. I cannot get through this guy. How do the professionals do it? I mean, it's a careful dance of dodging and weaving, but he has a funny looking butt. Like smoky jalapeno salsa. I feel like that would be flavorful, but not necessarily spicy. I did have a big toddler roar. Apparently once I started talking, I never shut the fuck up. I'm consulting the professionals. I had a lot of dinosaur shirts. What am I looking for? Who is he even? Frickin' jet engine. Jeez Louise. There are photos in your grandma's old albums that you now have where she has a photo of you pocketed in with it. Will be a picture of your dad at the same age and you look alarmingly similar. That's wild. I feel like kids are exactly twins of their parents or like completely different. There's no in between of like, oh, there's some resemblance. It's just one or the other. Okay, it took them 40 minutes. I don't feel so bad. Unless that's the level leading up to it. I think that's the level leading up to it. JK.
You'll find the healing stone in a little.
I do think I was supposed to obtain the BFG at some point, and I didn't re-obtain it. I did not. Add 58 to that and you got a deal. The cousin who called his favorite kid. It's funny. Now I look like honestly my dad's mom more than anything, but a pretty good mix of both of my parents. But as a baby, I looked exactly like my dad. Like, exactly. Like, it's weird. I find it funny and strange, too. And add irritating to that list. Because there's obviously a cell in there for it. I don't know. There have been other things in the game, though, where, like, right before you get the thing again, but I feel like it was sitting out in the hallway before this, and I just didn't yoink it, and then it's saved. But I have noticed other moments in the game where, like, right before you get one of the new guns, they'll put the ammo out for it, and you can't pick it up. But it's there, and it's one of the new ones. So maybe we get the BFG permanently after defeating this guy. So far, they're using the rocket launcher and the Gauss cannon, and excuse me? How do you do that? At some point, we did have access to the BFG. It was in the room with the screaming lady, which doesn't mean anything. Oh, then he comes back to life in a new arena. That's just fucking awesome. Okay, first part first. Rocket launcher and Gauss cannon and dodge and weave. That's the best I've got out of this. It was very stumping that there was BFG ammo everywhere after that, though. Maybe the BFG is only a special grab and you only get it a certain amount of time? I don't know the rules for that. We'll learn, but it's certainly irritating. I'd like to have the BFG. So by the time he's rushing at you, you need to be running. That is such a cool boss segue, but it's gonna suck so much ass. So much ass. It will suck. Does your health reset when you get to the next part, though? That would be nice. And then he's going down and he's glowing. Watch, I'm gonna fuck that up. Somehow. I don't know how, but I'll fuck it up. Then you just throw a nade into a new dimension. Does your health reset there? I need to know this to qualm my anxieties. I need to know. I'm a need to know girly. Health does go back to 100, or rather 200. Okay, so what I'm doing, but do it better. I was cautiously optimistic that the health would reset, but it looks like it does because I don't think he kept 200 health through that whole thing. I don't think so. We can do it. Oh, I turned the volume down. How loud PlayStation is. It's fucking insane. The health reset they put in for me. They knew I would need that. Need to jump over that better. Oh my god, that's exploding behind me. You need to run away from him before he does that. Serena. He just clotheslined me. Oh, maybe the Gauss cannon when he's using certain attacks? And it, like, stops him? Shit. Oh, stop missing. Stop it. He's gonna run. Stomp means run? No. Nut shots for the win. No, you ran right into it, you dumb fucking cunt. Just keep firing. Keep firing the lasers. No raining rockets. No raining rockets. Oh my god, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'm not gonna die. We're gonna do it. No, fuck. 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 No! His leg glowed! We did it and then I died. That was a much better run, though. I'll take it. Put me back in, coach. I love consulting the professionals. Otherwise, I would just honestly give up. Cooked. Okay. We got this. The closer I am to him, the more dangerous it is, but the heavier my hits hit. We want heavy hits. That was not a good dodge. I need to stay out of the direction of his laser tracker thing. Maybe if I just hold still for a moment, I'll be able to see which way that it goes. Oops. I became the nutshot. Health is not great. No, 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 no. Oh, wow, wow. You know it's a good game when you're physically moving to get out of the way. When your character should only move in game. God, you just walked right into it. You just like fucking have a fetish for that thing, don't you? This is not the round where we win. Even the way he stomps on you is like Buzz from Spyro. There's a way to do it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, there's a Serena. I really hope in between this world and the next there's a checkpoint. Oh, don't get hit. You spew blood, why no dead? Don't get stomped on. Oh, that's so much health. Just annihilated. What? Your silly little lasers next. Nope, that doesn't work either. I thought maybe I could go under him by being on him. But no. I need a flashlight. He's so dark in that corner. Stop locking on to me! It's not nice. Jump over the fire. Jump up. Nope, 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 nope. 6 health. I'm dead. I don't like him. I don't have a head. He took my head. He took my head. He took it away. He stole it and he say, "This is not for you, it is for me." Put me back in, coach. We can do this. Slow and steady wins the race, Serena. That's all you gotta know. Oh, I just jumped right into a rocket. Like, right into it. He clotheslined me again. Nope. Oh, oh, oh. Nope, nope, nope. Friend, nope. Not my friend. This is not the one where we succeed. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Something that was more effective than what I did. Did that hit him or me? Oh my god. He's annoying. It is hard to get ahead in life these days. We are a product of the times. And these times be doomed. In-game and out of. I thought I dodged it. I have too much adrenaline in the moment. Too much. Don't walk into the circle of trouble. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, those just perfectly not dodged. Do. Do. Re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. It's just like defeating Buzz. It's just a grown-up Buzz, Serena. It's just like defeating Buzz. You jumped that really too late. That was a delayed reaction if I ever saw one. Where are you going? No laser? No rockets either, preferably, but you know, what are you gonna do? No! No, 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 no. I don't like it one bit. Ooh. Health is not in good places, did not dodge. No. Disarmed? Please? Oh, I should have jumped over that. Now I'm just taking it. He's gonna step on me again. I like that there's customized death scenes, honestly. So whatever gun I'm holding when I die, they show that. If it's to that perspective, which is cool. If I died with the rocket launcher, then it would have showed that. I think that's very, very special to the user experience. Yes, that's the boss in Spyro. I have too many YouTubes open right now. Here, what YouTube can be sacrificed? Those channel I was interested in. We're past this. It's basically the same. Except you don't knock this guy into lava. It chases you down, tries to smush you. I guess that's all he does so far. Buzz was the bane of my existence as a child. He gets fire all around him. Yeah, who copied who? Exactly. It's just grown-up Spyro. And at some point he shoots balls of fire out of his mouth. Or maybe he throws them. Oh, when the bodies were around the ceiling. And the balloons so you can travel when it has all the characters on it. I think we reached this boss too close to bedtime to where I wasn't motivated to make the Buzz reference. And make it official and visual. He spits fire. It's basically the same boss. Except I don't have a Sheila helping me. It's basically the same. But when he dies, you don't get transported to a new world. Yeah, who copied who? I mean, Spyro is old, but that was the Reignited Trilogy one. I think someone was inspired by it. Demon Buzz. Does Spyro get a BFG? You know what? There's probably a PS1 hack for it. You could do a lot of things to customize Spyro on the PS1. I have no idea about the PS2, 3, or if there was even a Spyro release for 3, or how it works within the, what is it? The Reignited Trilogy. But you used to be able to customize Spyro so much. Oops, I got clotheslined. What I've realized in my health bar is that the first couple hits don't count, and I really need to use that to my advantage. Like, that took my health, but the first time he kicked me didn't take any of my health. Oh my god, stop, Buzz. His name is now Buzz. I don't know what his name actually is, but it's now Buzz. Dodge and weave. There's your butt. He has a very funny looking butt. I don't mean to judge or speak poorly, but it's a funny looking butt. No! No! Oh, I thought, again, I was gonna dodge that by going under it, and I was wrong, and now I'm dead. I'm sure there's a Spyro for every iteration of PlayStation. I would venture to guess. Spyro was very popular. Oh, wait, I can lock on with rockets, can't I? Yes. Oh, you should have jumped over that. You did not. It's probably not worth taking the time to lock on with rockets. Maybe? Then it uses 3 at a time, but it's not like I have aim anyway. Oops. Oh, oops. He ran into the wall. I'm not a happy camper. Nope. Again, going under it does not clear you of it, Serena. I don't know why that's my new theory. I think I'm shooting right between his legs. Oh, no. That's not good. No! Bad. It's just such a quick death, too. Like, I'm barely in for any time surviving. Which I guess I would appreciate. I would hate if I put, like, 5 minutes of hard work and then just died at the last second. Versus, I don't know, like, maybe 2 minutes at most that we're battling him before I die, but... my soul. My ego. Oh, no, he Russian you when he does stuff like that. You gotta use your brain cells there, lady. Okay, that was good. Jump. Don't get that close. That's just dumb. Should have jumped over that. No! That was not what I meant to do. You're doing okay. No! You're not doing okay. Shooting and aiming and dodging all at the same time is not for me. This is why I am a casual gamer. He just jumped right into the laser. I'm one rocket away from being cooked. Completely cooked. Yup. One fire spew away from being cooked. This looks similar to Overwatch. Do you play Overwatch on acid? This doesn't feel Overwatchy at all. Maybe the way the gun is shooting? With the Gauss cannon. Oh, we're off to a beautiful start here. Definitely not Overwatch, but I do dig Overwatch. Ah! Oh, nope, don't stay in the corner. Get out of the corner. Get out of the corner. That was a bad corner. Little Jack corner. Do not go in that corner. Oh my god, I need to remember that that's a trigger for him to throw that. He was surviving way better than I did. What is TF2? To be fair, I think the demons play Overwatch based on how people act in that game. It is a bit unhinged. It is. It is a bit unhinged. We can do it. We can do it. Don't know what Team Fortress 2 is? No, actually, I've never heard of it. I think I sound facetious, but I'm being completely serious. Ah, don't step on me! You need to be able to jump over that. I like how that one ammo just flew to me. That was nice. That was a blessing. Again, going under the laser does not stop the laser. I don't know why that's my instinct. It's not a good instinct. We're cooked. Did so well the first run after watching the professionals. Come on now, Serena. You can do it. Or you can blow up too. Haha, you wasted your lasers. Team Fortress was a Valve shooter, heavily inspired Overwatch. Oh, that's awesome. It sounds like it would be a lot of fun. See, I like what I like, and I only learn about the cool games from you guys. Is your vast knowledge bases that sustain me, Club Cult. I don't know what I'm doing this round. I didn't start in any way that I'm comfortable with, and now I'm panic shooting. Just kill me. Restart. Sloosh. Sloosh. I've been butchered. Butchered! The tired brain is kicking in. Oh, our photo developed! It looks like it has a sunspot, but really that's just the big overhead light. Club Cult, you are forever immortalized. And it works. My polar printer works. I like being able to offer unique in-person things like that. It's fun. It was well received in the other years that I did it. I'm excited to do it again. Oh, you rushing me. My rockets do not explode his rockets. With the Rocket Man, my rockets do explode his rockets. If you hit him just right. Boop, 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 boop. No, no, get off my butt. Get off my butt. Stop getting so close to him. I just commit every damn sin. And then wonder why it's the end of the world. No lasers? No lasers. Lasers bad, Serena. Lasers bad. Nope, nope, no. Oh, yep. Yep. You blinked. Well, shame on you. Open your eyes. Be like Gigi. Not doing a retake. You're famous. I'll put it in this year's scrapbook. Thanks for being my guinea pigs. Hype. I'm very happy. It'd be happier if I could kill this guy. Okay, he rushes you there. Don't do that. Don't get in the corner for those. Good jump. If I can avoid every other problem, I can probably afford to get hit with the lasers. Probably. Perhaps. Maybe. Narrow miss. I'll take it. No, no. Oh, I shot the lasers back at him. I don't know how I did that. I target locked with the rocket launcher. That was cool. Nope, 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 nope. Fuck. That was a very delayed jump. No, 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 no! We're so close! I could have done it maintaining 45 health! You rat bastard! I anticipated everything but him rushing me. We were so close. We were so close. We're so close to victory. I did try. And in a way I succeeded, but in a way I also died. So, do with that information what you will. You gotta jump over them things. You gotta play, not hopscotch, jump rope. Okay, don't stand there and get shot at. Don't do that. When he puts those down, he throws the fire on the ground, rubs the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again. He's about to rush. No, no lasers, no lasers. Nope, nope, nope. So much no. No, no, no. Rocket was better. Until I do that. No, no! Oh, 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 oh. He hits so hard. Dodge the laser best when you dodge IRL. Do I really? I'm gonna tell my dad that. You know how things can be like annoying in your peripheral vision? So I would be playing on the PlayStation, like Ridge Racer, and my dad would be on the computer, like right here. So I would be in his like cross line of sight, and I would be doing this, not with a wheel, but just with the controller for Ridge Racer. And I got hollered at to the point of like completely breaking the habit, except for when I get super locked in games. That's why I say you can tell it's a good game when you're moving along to it. Otherwise, I've trained myself to sit pretty still in games. Otherwise, if that habit would have developed, I would probably game like this. But it was very annoying and distracting for him that I would be... I'm locked the fuck in. You locked, so shoot. That wasn't fun. Oh, 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 oh. There's a lot of Midwestern ope going on here tonight. Was that worth it? I don't know. Doop, boop, 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 ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Oh, that was sneaky. You did that from behind. I saw you there. I know what you do. Fucker. Why are you so big and bad? Why? Why must you be? You do not need to be. No lasers, no lasers! That was just a casual lean. I went 2 health. Sploot. 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 Your game like people used to in commercials? I don't know. Was it like this? Because if then, yes. I feel like it's the mark of a really good game when you end up physically recoiling and moving along to it. You're fully immersed into the experience. It's the sign of a good game. Oh, like, as if they were like this, like. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Professional gamer over here. Oh my goodness. It makes me think of the scene where Tony and AJ are playing the Nintendo. I think it was a Nintendo. That's how they were gaming. I don't remember early gaming commercials in the way that it would show that. I can't really see the visual for that, but I see it in Tony and AJ. Oh, aha, I dodged ya. Dodged a bullet there, friend. Jump. Nope, 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 not that time. Yeah. You're just mad because you run into walls. I think he's just like this because he needs glasses. See how many walls he runs into? I think he's just mad because he needs glasses. Oh, and now I'm getting stepped on. Well, I'm sorry for calling you out with the truth. No laser! No, laser is bad. Laser is very bad. Laser is destructive. I am dead. I am dead. It was in the first or the second season. I don't remember which. But I think it was Nintendo 64. The gaming commercials would sell more consoles with people moving around willy-nilly instead of the reality of them sitting slack-jawed staring at the screen. That makes a lot of sense. Like, you're actually having fun with it instead of... Motherfucker! It has to be dramatized. Alright, our little friend here gets this many more tries, and then I need to go to bed for my sanity. And this is becoming mildly irritating. And at the point where it's mildly irritating, it only gets more irritating, and then it's not fun anymore, and why am I playing it? I know we can beat him. Excuse me. Just how? 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 Don't be a rushy-roo. His movements do repeat, though. Honestly, if I do this enough times, it can be done no matter how good or bad that I am. His first 2 throws of the rockets that rain down, he rushes you. The second one and forward, it starts to shoot off flamey bits. So this one I'll need to jump. And by the time he's at half health is when he starts doing the lasers. Shit. So like, it's incredibly easy pattern to follow. I'm just not good. Well, that time he didn't throw fire. Maybe I stunned him. Oh, nope, nope, we're running at me. So the 2-3-2 pattern? In trouble. He's about half health and now he's using lasers, so yes. Like, in essence, this should be easy. It's just not. I kind of thought I would shoot his laser and I was wrong. I thought that worked before, but I think that was just an accidental happenstance. No, no, you're running right into it. I'm as good as dead. 6 health. One wrong move. Just one wrong move. It would be that move. Enjoyed the motion sensor function on GTA just to actually play like that. It's awful. I feel like most games now, though, modern games will give you, like, say, PS4 and forward, even at the end of the PS3. They give you such a good optic lens of the game that you don't necessarily have to bebop around with it. You have the full immersive experience in front of you. It's just choose your own adventure on how far you go with it. Oh, no, never mind. His patterns do change, because he just threw fire on the first tall rocket thing. But he does move in, like, the same directions. He's theoretically an easy boss. Just in practice versus theory is two different stories. I don't think I jumped over that. No laser, we're at Master Chief Health. Master Chief Health. Oh, that was not how that goes. Gah. Shit. No! No, 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 no! I got so close. No. 4 more tries. 4 more tries. I'm not playing on PC. It's so unresponsive. Oof. I think in heaven there's just a bunch of dogs. As it should be. I don't know what a DualSense Edge controller is. I don't know the fancy things you guys play with. I know nothing, Jon Snow. I need to use this lock-on to my advantage much, much more. Whoop. That was just lucky. No, no, move, 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 move. Oof. It's not ideal. No, no lasers, no lasers. Don't fire any lasers. I don't know why I'm gonna change what's working, but we are. I don't know. Shit. Close range, I feel like the Gauss cannon is best. If I'm gonna get ballsy enough to get that up close and personal, why not? Or just shoot right through his legs, because that's great too. No, no lasers. Charged and dead. Dead. Deader than dead. Dead of dead. I get 3 more tries, Moops, and then I'm not allowed anymore. 3 more tries. DualSense Edge controller does sound like a sex toy. I wasn't trying to go there, but it does sound like a sex toy. For the ultimate edging experience. Do you have your DualSense Edge controller ready? If you too want to be an ultimate gooner, I don't know what you think you're accomplishing there, Serena. Did not leap over that well. You gonna run at me? You. No. No, thank you. Ah, stop getting smushed. If you can just stay away from him, you can survive. Maybe. Maybe, baby. No, no laser. No. The laser is starting to hurt my feelings. That's where I know I'm at my limit. Like the laser feels, it is, but it feels like a personally targeted attack. I don't like this. This guy is not a nice guy. He's not a nice guy. I can't fix him. I can't change him. I can only leave him. Fuck! Me! In the fuck! 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 Cousin It says goodnight. 2 more tries. 2 more. I'm determined. And I'm dying. Oh my goodness. Gah. Wonder where he stores all the missiles in his body. Up his butt. Explains also why he's so uncomfortable. He's got missiles up his butt and he needs glasses. No wonder he's in such a bad mood. Quick, we'll contact the Hitachi with the specs and the marketing of the DualSense Edge controller by the end of the year. Is a prison wallet your butt? I feel like it is, but you never know. Get some good sleep tonight, the Mad Topher. I appreciate you popping in. It was wonderful to see you. And I hope the rest of the night is kind to you. Get some good Z's. Make good choices. Enjoy the rest of your week. There's a pipe going there from his RPG arm. It's probably peak demon kink. Oh. Well, today I learned. Today I learned. So they're not like exploding with death. They're exploding like orgasmically when I throw grenades at them. By following that logic. They're just like, and it's the biggest orgasm ever, so much that they blow up. It's not that I'm killing them, I'm making them come to death. That was an awfully close and immediate rocket. Oh, he slapped me. He slapped me. He stomped on me. No, I'm really not having fun when the Peppa Pig voice comes out. This is not my idea of a good time. I don't like this guy anymore. I can't fix him, I can't change him. It's not okay. None of it is okay. It's not okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna have to jump that. No! I got some of the backlash of it. Come on, buddy. You're not my buddy. Nope, 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 nope. Not getting hit with it really directly anymore, thankfully. Hopefully that can continue, but Not like getting hit with it at all. No, 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 no. Hot, you fizzled. You fizzled, Miss Frizzles. Nope, nope, fuck, fuck, fuck. Shikeys. No. 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 That's where I get in trouble, is when he comes near me. That's where we know it's all bad. Come on. Come on. We can both just take one for the team here. Come on. Yeah, fuck yes, thank God. Oh my God, thank God. Thank God. I'll be at Exotica this weekend, Space. Friday through Sunday. Feel free to come through. I'll be at the MFC booth and bebopping around. There are far worse ways to die. True. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Did anyone look and see if a checkpoint thing came up? Of course I did it. I always get it done. It just sometimes takes a really long time. It is a checkpoint. Oh, thank God. Okay. Now we can just fuddy-duddy with this for a few minutes and I don't have to worry about getting it done. We did it. We did it. We did it. This is why you do the extra last tries. Exactly. We would have had one more chance after this. This was the second to the last of the 5 that I gave myself, I think. Oh, thank God there's a checkpoint. Hopefully it does respawn health. Oh, he looks so cool. Like respawn my health. Yes. How are we going to dodge that? Do we duck? This is gonna be horrible. Jeez. You have to go between 2 different... Oh my God. Where did he even go? Oh, this is gonna be horrible. You thought the last part was bad, Serena. Okay. This is a lot to orchestrate. What happens? I hear you. I will be for the dinner shortly. Again. I probably won't remember the order of operations, but I'm curious. So the walls are up. He throws it down, and then you gotta crouch, and then he throws it down. I don't think we necessarily have to crouch from that one, though. Then he holds still, unless that was a glitch. Then he throws a short and a tall. Those are gonna be the end of me. The shorts and talls. I just got bitch slapped to death. Okay, not again and again. More so. That is a lot. That is a lot. He's taking even less damage, however. Fuck. He might be taking less damage because I'm using the Gauss cannon versus the rocket launcher. I feel like the rocket launcher was best for him. Good night, PlayStation. Oh, that sucks that he has 2 parts. Well, maybe he has 3 parts even. I don't know. But I can't believe we did it. We got him on the first one. Not on the first try, but in the first arena. Oh, Club Colt. You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. We did good. A round of applause. A round of applause. Oh, I want a green Sharpie. Do, 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 do. Club Cult, class of 26. Blurp. That looks green on screen. It's just light, or it looks yellow on screen. It looks light green. I can write in my journal tonight. I will sleep good tonight, and I will write in my journal that we had epic dubs. I'm very proud of us. I can't believe we actually got him. I didn't think that was gonna happen tonight. When I give myself limits, I think that there's no hope anymore. It's just like, okay, I'm trying it 5 more times just for shits and giggles. But no, we actually did it. I'm proud. I'm proud. GG's Club Cult. I'm very proud of us. Hope you get some good eats tonight too. Nice dinner of onions and mustard and garlic. You know, I'm probably gonna eat the garlic again, but I don't think I'm gonna eat any onions and mustard tonight. Although it does sound good. I'm still in my A/B testing, and I haven't added that to the A/B testing list. But I probably will eat some garlic. It was good. I haven't eaten raw garlic in a while, and I didn't realize how much I missed it. And to keep the vampires out. A basket full of kisses for the zoo, I see. Mwah. 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 Just imagine me skipping around. A basket full of kisses. A basket full of kisses. Garlic was one of those old-timey remedies. It still is a good remedy. It has anti-inflammatory properties. It's very good for you. Garlic is healthy. Everything in moderation, though. You can't just eat garlic for a full meal, sadly. That'd be a lot of garlic. Like, until you got full. That's a lot of garlic. I don't know if I would want to commit to it that hard. My grandma used to put garlic and onion slices in my socks. I don't do that anymore, but I do think there is value to that. I just don't want the zoo to eat. Garlic and onion is toxic for animals, so if I fell asleep with them in my stonks, then that would be toxic. Because I know when I put Tiger Balm or Icy Hot on, I wake up with Pippi or one of the dogs licking my back. And that's probably not good, so. Raw cloves of garlic are delicious. I had about 5 of them last night. My breath was spicy. But they were so delicious. It was so worth it. It was so worth it. But it was probably a little spicy still when I went about today. I chewed gum. Minty. Minty, minty. Dogs like minty. Or at least my dogs like minty. I don't know why. Club Cult. You so cute. Thank you for a wonderful, amazing, incredible night. I appreciate you all very much. What is our good morning, good night? Now that I've put the book away, I can magically find it. Good morning. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to fail. You're going to get back up. You're going to break hearts. You're going to change minds. You're going to make noise. You're going to make music. You're going to be late. Let's go. Good night. You're going to fall down. You're going to be tested. You're going to learn about yourself. You're going to get brave. You're going to take stands. You're going to make waves. You're going to make history. You're going to need rest. So rest up. Aww. There's not one of these that isn't cute. Some of them are a little out there, but they're cute. They're very cute. They're very cute. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your time, your chats, your support, and your company. More than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable. Time is this finite thing that you only get so much of to do whatever you want with. You can make more chapsticks, you can make more money, you can make more friends, you can make more purr pops that I meant to give the boys tonight, but that's okay. That's what tomorrows are for. But you cannot make more time. So thank you so much for yours. Whether it is for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years. When our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. I appreciate it dearly. I am a grateful girly. If you bebs want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Is Botrix awake? Oh, there he goes. He's figuring it out. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. The sketch for when I will see you bebs next. And thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. Do me one favor until I see you babies next, and that is, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, kind, incredible, fantastic, phenomenal, spectacular, oh so gorgeous, oh so marvelous. All the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation. Where's my chair? There's my chair. Wherever it needs to go. That was a dangerous sit. Wherever it needs to go until I see you next, Club Cult. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some good eats, get some good sleeps, get some good dreams. Make good choices. Don't do anything voyeur I wouldn't do, but voyeur does many things, so as usual, use your discretion on that one. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for being your wonderful selves, and I shall see you for the next one. A wonderful rest of your night, wonderful rest of your week, and I shall see you BBs soon.